it's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Got it. Go. Fido. Go. Bravo. Go. GC. Go. Max. Go. Eagle. Go. Eco. Go. Payloads. Go. Payloads. Go. Scan for the customer. Go. DPS. We're go. Eco. Go. Booster. Go. Surgeon. Go. PRS. Go. Okay. And let's see. We'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
MC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10. Okay, you sound good. return.
Copy, negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. Good day to you. I hope you guys had a wonderful night last night. AMC's annual shareholder meeting is today at 1 p.m. Yes, I will be streaming it. No, I do not expect the company to be making any kind of business announcements. This is primarily going to be to tally up the votes that we had from this shareholder meeting, annual shareholder meeting, and to discuss those votes. Perhaps maybe they'll cover the annual report a little bit. But I do think that it's mainly going to be about a tallying up of the votes. So hopefully you voted. I know I put out alerts on both Twitter and the Discord last night to make sure you either checked your votes or voted one way or the other. So hopefully you did so. That's what we got going on for today. Overnight, I'm trying to think which specific thing I want to talk about here. Let's see. Let me go back to my Twitter tweets. So I finally had a chance to accidentally see that one video where a specific individual was kind of shilling and saying that he was like going onto a live space call and talking, trying to scare people into selling their positions essentially, and he was more than likely just trolling. By doing that, like it was like probably completely staged, just trying to troll people a little bit, get people all riled up, probably looking for engagement of some kind or another. That's oftentimes, like I've told you guys, the engagement farming is absolutely ridiculous with this community because we have so many people here that are that we have numbers. When you have numbers, people want them. And so if they look for an easy way to find engagement and to get them the numbers that they need to get a viewing, then they'll say anything they need to get you in there to see it. So I think it might have been a little bit of engagement farming, but the problem is that regardless of whether it was engagement farming or not, the dude's already been to jail before for market manipulation. So I don't know why in the world he would be doing something like that. Because it seems to me like the last thing you'd want to do is wind yourself back up in some kind of investigation with the SEC and going back to jail again. But I don't know, whatever, man. It's his life. Anyways, I was kind of sad that I kind of was trying to avoid the video, but I saw it, and so I commented on it last night. And then I think there was another thing that I had posted out. I think let's see, yesterday as well. Where there's this guy that was talking about penny stocks trading and soaring in 2024. Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't see it. And I said, yes, the good old days of my trading in 2000s where penny stocks were something I liked to dabble in. Never did find a golden ticket there, but it was clearly, or certainly a part of my past. Any guesses as to why this might be? I'll give you a hint, shorts. And one of the things that I remember, I mean, I feel like every retail investor goes through this like cycle. It's like it's a normal progression or a cycle of dabbling into the stock market, getting your toes wet, and making mistakes along the way. And it cycles. Oftentimes, it starts off with like penny stocks. Very, very oftentimes. Not always. Sometimes it starts off with like actually really good advice from somebody who tells somebody like, oh yeah, like you need to invest in name your blue chip. I don't care what it is, blue chip stock that puts out some kind of dividend or something like that. And somebody's like, they'll probably tell somebody like, oh yeah, you should put your some retirement investment money here into this, and they'll do that. And once they get into the stock market, they kind of go like, oh, I want to try this other stuff out, and they find all those really bad advices. Things that are especially bad advice when they start listening to people like Jim Cramer. Jim Cramer goes probably right up on that list of people that you probably listen to at some point or another. And for investment advice, it's very beginning portion of your trading history. And then you find out that like everything that you end up investing in, because he's like, buy. And it's like, it ends up being a terrible investment. But penny stocks were in there. But anyways, this gentleman was talking about how penny stocks always tend to run a little bit just before market crashes.
And I do believe a lot of that reason for that is there's a lot of heavy shorts in penny stocks. Why? Because they're penny stocks. I mean, it's a great place for them to be able to hold price down on a stock and just kind of reap the benefits from investors who are investing lots of money into these little tiny penny stocks. It's just a great place to just suck out value in the marketplace. So there's a lot of bad investments there, and so why do they run? Well, when they get liquidated, those shorts, you tend to see these penny stocks starting to run a little bit as that happens because they're getting liquidated out of their positions. They're forced to buy, and it's across the board. They don't just get liquidated out of the position, like specific positions. They get liquidated across the board, and so they end up having to start buying things to reduce their margins. And that's why I think you tend to see some of those penny stocks starting to rise a little bit just before a big market crash. So, yeah, it's an interesting watch. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Go listen to what he has to say. It's kind of cool. Takes me back. It takes me back to the 2001 era. I wish I had found my golden ticket penny stock out there. That would have been really nice. Never happened though. Let's see. Apex is reminding me that Gary Gensler and Kramer have an interview today around 9 a.m. I'm not going to watch that. The reason being is that one is that I know that if I try to stream Kramer stuff, they're just going to instantly try and shut down the channel. So I'm not even going to try. But let's take a look at some numbers here. Novocaine says, I tried to look up something online that would indicate change of volume of penny stock compared to change in volume of the New York Stock Exchange. Any ideas? I mean, so this is actually really interesting. I had somebody who had sent me some information regarding the Berk A stuff that we had the other day, and trying to relate it to gold and all this other kind of stuff. And they were kind of doing this back and forth with ChatGPT. ChatGPT was spitting out, I think it was ChatGPT, and it was spitting out some information. And one of the things that I thought was really, really interesting was the Chat GPT was suggesting to look for high volatility in specific stocks. All I would suggest to you is that you want to have what you really want to look for is large quantities of volume trading on a stock that normally doesn't trade that much volume. And this is why I mention to you all the time on AMC about how our 3-month average volume gives a very good indication as to why this float's sold many times over. And so when you start seeing stocks suddenly have a lot of volatility and volume suddenly starts rising out of nowhere, it should be a clear indicator that something is going on there. And so that's really what you want to be filtering for, is you want to look for abnormal 3-month volume suddenly increasing on specific stocks. So that's probably the best thing that I could probably throw it out to you as far as a filter goes. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for abnormal spikes in volume. But if you want a website in regards to that, you could probably use. Let me see what I've got. I would recommend perhaps using. What do I got on my list here? Try using. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, and I've got it on my list here somewhere, but I got such an extensive list that I got to go through it and look through it all. I think it's Market Chameleon. I would check out Market Chameleon and perhaps use that. I think that's one of the good ones. It's got ability to be able to put in a bunch of different filters to find things like that. And I can provide you that link, I think. Hold on a second here. Let me screeners, stocks. Yeah, this is probably going to be the best place. I mean, as far as like a free screener, this is probably going to be the best thing that I would recommend. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let me put it up in the chat for you. It took me a second. I had to pull up the right spot for it, but that should take you straight to their screener that they have there. That's a free screener, and it's pretty decent. I would recommend that. All right, moving on. We got to get to these numbers here. Let's see what we got. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access to your account, you might want to put that in there in case something happens to your primary device. And last but not least, the most important thing for sure is make sure that you have a statement of your portfolio from your broker or brokers for your own record keeping. Do not. It is your responsibility to make sure you know what you have in ownership. Make sure you have that. If you don't have that and something happens to your account, and you feel like your broker's reporting something different than what you thought you had, if you don't have a record of it, it ain't worth nothing. Your memory does not trump their new position for you. So don't rely on your memory or your notes. You need to get a statement. Every time your portfolio changes, get a statement. Save it someplace. Please, please, please. All right, moving on. Price prediction tally points yesterday. I think Twisty was really darn close. The only person that would have gotten an extra bonus point yesterday was nobody. All four of us would have had to have hit straight on the dot on a price prediction in order to have gotten an extra bonus point. Nobody did, but the closest person, I want to kind of just give a props to that person was, I believe it was Twisty. Actually, it might have been Ty. Twisty had 475, and we closed at 479, so he was 4 pennies off. And Apex had 483. And he was 4 pennies off. So it was a tie between Twisty and Apex. It landed right in between their two numbers. But nobody missed yesterday on price predictions, so everybody gets a point. So I feel like Oprah. Everybody gets a point. Just throw points around. We're gonna give points out here. How about that aftermarket hour trading? We'll talk about that here in just a minute after we take a look at some of these numbers. Holy moly, there's some weird activity going on last night. Shorties and volume. What did we have for volume yesterday? Volume was way, way lower than what I was anticipating. So I had guessed originally 55 to 75 million shares traded for yesterday in the pre-market. Then I upped it by about 15 million to 70 to 90. Because I felt like there was volume from the previous day that didn't show up that was going to show up. But what ended up happening was something entirely different. We got much, much lower volume yesterday. Total volume 30. Hold on a second here. Why is my computer jacking up on me right now? Come on, computer, let's go. My goodness. Sorry, 1 second. 33.249 million. 33.2. Way, way, way lower than I would have anticipated in volume. So that was kind of a surprise to me. But with 33 million, I would suggest that we should see at least over 300,000 in short exempt volume for the day yesterday. So let's check it out and see what it was. Short exempt volume coming in at 448.9 thousand shares. that right? 448.9. I said the number. I can't even remember it already. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Moving on to... Actually, let's look at GMEs real quick here. I'm just kind of curious. They had about 809.5 thousand shares in short exempt volume. So big numbers on both of those. Let's see here. Taking a look at utilization. Actually, day over day price change. We were down 0.42 rather percent yesterday. So with the 11.09% that we were up the previous day, that's still 2 days. If you take the average of the last 2 days of trading, that's still over 10% total on or 5% total over a 2 day span. So I'm still going to count this as a day 2 of 3. What the heck? There we go. So 2 of 3. And that means we're going to need to see probably right around 5% at least today to get a 3 of 3 on that one. So let me change the color of this real quickly here. Our utilization. Internet sucks today. 81.79%. So just a slight bit up from yesterday. Still not back into that 90 to 95% range. That's kind of the sweet spot, but it is definitely still climbing, which is a good thing. We want to see a continuation of that. GME's volume or utilization rather was 68.95. We'll look at that in a little bit here. Moving on, max pain was 450 yesterday. I don't expect max pain to change today. I think 450 will stay the same. Max pain coming in at 450. Next week, max pain for AMC is at 450. And the following week, ending 6/21, is $4. GME's max pain was 25 yesterday. It was a big increase from 20.5. Let's see. They closed out at 26.50, which is $1.50 over where max pain is. So max pain, I think, will probably increase a little bit more. Probably to at least 25.50, maybe even 26. Let's see what it does. Oh, wow. It stayed at 25. Okay. Well, it stayed at 25. Kind of surprising. Let's check out the next 2 weeks on their max pain. 6/14 max pain is 24. And max pain on 6/21 is 20. So there's still, max pain is still set up for 20 on the week ending 6/21. So DFV's call contracts are still looking good for it's an expiration 2 weeks out from now. 2 weeks. Still looking hot and tasty right now. Anything could happen in 2 weeks. And there's a shareholder meeting coming up next week for GME, and I'm kind of expecting them to have some special announcement for that. So that'll be interesting to see what happens. Taking a look at what's next. Exchange traded volume yesterday. On a normal day on AMC, I'd expect to see about 64% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We had 50.44% going through off exchanges, EDGX at 12.86. The grand total on that was 63.3%, or about, hold on a second here. My calculator messed up here. Uh, 0.7. That's really darn close. So I feel like off exchange and EDGX volumes levels were very close to what I would expect to see on a normal day. CHX volume was, which is interesting because we ended up closing almost even yesterday, just slightly down. CHX volume was 3,269 shares, so that was very, very low on that number. GME's, however, CHX volume was very high at 49,407 shares. That's a lot. Anything over 30,000 shares is a lot. I think somebody's still returning shares on GME right now. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow according to IBKR. Yesterday, we kind of ended out the day with shares available to be borrowed at around 400,000 shares. It looks like overnight. So in total yesterday, we saw about 250,000 shares borrowed. Overnight, we saw 150,000 shares borrowed and then some shares returned. And then earlier this morning, just a little bit ago, another 50,000 shares borrowed. So we're looking at 200,000 shares so far for the day today through IBKR, which is just 50,000 short of what it was yesterday. Fees are currently at 2.47% according to IBKR, and rebates are still a positive number. If we see that positive rebate turn into a negative rebate, that means that we'll probably be seeing the stock become hard to borrow and cost to borrow, fees starting to rise. GME's, let's just take a look at theirs real quick here. Like I already talked about their CHX volume. Let's just take a look at their borrow fees though real quick. They have about 2.1 million shares available to be borrowed. Their borrow fees are at 5.99%, and rebate is a negative value, which means that it should be hard to borrow. Even though there's 2.1 million shares available, it's showing up as hard to borrow. Moving on. Institutional ownership on AMC is yesterday was being reported at 85.434 million shares. This morning it is still the same number, no change. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen, move a couple screens around here, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data together. Come on. Oh, no. No, I've done it. I just made a major, major boo-boo. Hold on a second here, guys. We got technical difficulties. Oh, nuts. I think I saved it. I saved it. Every time I ever do that, I don't know if any of you guys use Webull as a platform, but if you move these windows around, it causes all kinds of massive havoc that sometimes is really hard to fix back. And I accidentally just grabbed one of the windows and moved it. And I was like, no, I can't get that back. Fortunately, I was able to get it back in there. So, all right, cool. Moving on. Let's get to options here. Alrighty, starting with AMC, let's give this a quick refresh and take a look and see where we're at here for this week and next week in options and open interest. We'll also take a look at GMEs for historical purposes, recording, and just kind of taking a look at where everything's at. Open interest yesterday, with the highest amount of open interest yesterday on calls closest to our current price, was at a $5 strike with 29.8 thousand contracts. That increased to 30.7 thousand contracts. It's good to see that increasing. You don't want to see that decreasing, or it means that it could be kind of bearish a little bit. Highest amount of puts yesterday was at a $4 strike with 21.1 thousand contracts. Those dropped down to 18.6 thousand contracts, which means we have puts that are closing at prices lower than where we're currently at. So that's extremely bullish. That tells me that people who have contracts that are way early in the week are not expecting to see those contracts go into the money at any given point. So we're seeing that's great. The balance that we have right now is puts are closing out of the money, while calls are being increasing in amount just slightly above where we're at in price. This is great. That's exactly what you want to see. So this is looking really strong. Let me scroll through this week's contracts, and then we'll look at next week's open interest for historical documentation. If anybody wants to go back into a live stream to see where we're at, they can do so. All right, and let's go back to let's go over to GME and see where they're at. Let's see here. All right, here we go. Scrolling through. Highest amount of call contracts on GME. The next big tranche is going to be at a $30 strike. There's 17,000 contracts there. Highest amount of puts is at a $25 strike. So the market's kind of suggesting a closing somewhere between 25 and 30 by the end of this week, which obviously the middle ground on that would be around 28.5. Max pain, though, what did I say max pain was? 25? Yep, 25. Scrolling on to document the rest of the open interest. Sweet. Moving on. Ortex. Let's give this a quick refresh. Utilization driving up just a hair on AMC from 81.5% to 81.79. The on-loan amount increasing from 82.66 million shares to 83.2. So we're looking at the 3, 4, 5, 4. Yeah. 540,000, I think if my math is correct here, 540,000 new shares in, it might be a little bit low. Why my math seems bad here. 34 plus 2, right? Yeah, it should be right. It should be 540,000 new shares borrowed yesterday. Let me just make sure of something. Just want to make sure I had that right. Okay. Ortex usually does about a third as an estimate of how much of that is new short interest. So we're probably looking at like just under 200K is probably what they're going to guesstimate here on new short interest. So the estimated short share interest of the free float rose from 14.2 to 14.26. So we're looking at 0.00 or 0.06. Let's see what that looks like. We have 368 million shares outstanding. We might get a better reporting on that maybe later today. We'll find out for sure, I guess. Yeah, so actually it was a little bit, Ortex estimated a little bit higher than I thought they would. They're at 220,000 new shares in short interest. That's not a whole lot of new shares being borrowed, so this should cause the on-loan average age per day to drive upwards. We have been seeing some interesting things with that happening. We have it, guys. 2 days in a row of upwards momentum on the on-loan average age per day. We are there. That is our signal. We have we went from 21.87 the other day to 22.55 and now to 22.81. That is a 2-day momentum upwards after we've had this big, huge, long dive down in shares that were on-loan average age per day. So it was a bunch of shares that were being taken on or closed out, one or the other. And so this is giving us that signal that we need here. This is when I would tell you within 15 days, 15 trading days from now, we should see a significant increase in price. Security lending volume dipping from 14.18 down to 8.56. GME's utilization day over day driving upwards from 63.91 to 68.95. They had a massive amount of loans taken on yesterday. I wonder if that's going to show up. Yeah, it is. It went from 54.69 million shares on loan to 62.46. Nearly 10 million shares borrowed in a single day. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 19.15 to 19.73. The on-loan average age per day on that should be coming down still because they're taking on a lot of new loan positions. And it did. It dropped from 23.54 down to 21.3. So that has not seen a bottom yet, but it's getting there. It should be, as soon as those loans stop happening, those newly loaned positions, we should see that starting to rise again. And then security lending volume, day over day driving up, went from 12.22 to 21.62. SSR trigger price is at $4.31 for AMC. GME is at $23.85. It is not showing SSRs on today. Hold on a second. All right, this is something we were going to debate a little bit today because SSR should have tripped yesterday for GME. I feel like we all saw it happen. So let's just let's verify. I pulled up the wrong page. Where is it at? Let's verify. I'm going to blind you guys here. And 3, 2, 1. I kind of got it minimized a little bit so it's not going to be too blinding. So we're looking for GME on this list. There it is right there. GME did trigger yesterday. So I don't know why Stonko Tracker never signaled it. But GME definitely did trigger SSR yesterday. So that means it's on for today as well. So I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know why Stonko Tracker didn't report it and is not reporting it today, but it is on. It's on the list. That's how close. I hope this should be very, very clear to you guys. That's how important it is that they trigger SSR. They got it so close to triggering SSR and then bouncing away from it that like Stonko Tracker couldn't even detect that it had triggered. It was it's that crucial to them that they trigger SSR right on the dot in order to be able to create a market. It's so crazy. It's just absolutely nuts. Calls out of the money on AMC. We got 195.4 thousand contracts this week. 24.3 thousand contracts are in the money. 67.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 9.8 thousand contracts that are in the money on puts on AMC. On GME, there's let's give it a quick refresh here. 189,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 37.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 118.7 thousand contracts out of the money on puts versus 16.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. Do note GME's 621 call contracts are way more in the money than out of the money. Orders by Fidelity customers yesterday. GME was number 2 on the list with a 65.49% buy to 34.51% sell ratio. Looking amazing. Loving it. And AMC's did not make it back on the list by the end of the day yesterday, but our buy-sell ratio was just kind of meh. It was like 56% buys. So not the best ratio, but we were, hopefully that'll get better. I want to see that. I want to see that improve. We need some more of those diamond hands here. Get rid of those paper hands. MMRI yesterday was 280.16 when we closed out the day. It's 280.49 right now. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates when we ended the day yesterday was 0.44. We started out the day at 0.426. It is now 0.446. We started the week out at 0.391. VIX futures are showing down 1%, which means that the market should be up in the pre-market this morning, but it is showing a 1358 value. Yesterday, the VIX closed at 1316, which means that the VIX should be heading up. There may be a gap up on the VIX at market open, even though overnight it is down. And sure enough, we'll take a look at those in just a second, but let's take a look at, let's see here. Nikkei's up 0.29, Hang Seng down 0.09, and Nifty 50 up 3.11 after that horrible 6% they were down the other day. So it is recovering a little bit. Manjit came in and said that it's an elections issue. Some of the different future market quotes that we've got going on here. Let's see, what's the spread on this? Up anywhere from 0.2 to 0.55, so the market is looking green right now. We may see that reverse at market open with that VIX heading up. Of the Mag 7 this morning, all 7 are in the green. And not just by a little bit. Most of them are up quite a bit here. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% overnight from yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. There doesn't appear to be anything at a first glance. Yep, nothing meets that criteria. Gold is currently up 0.26 on a slow rise this morning. It did have a little bit of a dip. Let's see, when was this? Overnight, there was a little bit of a dip there in gold, but starting to trend its way back up. I think I drew something out on this. What did I draw? Yes, I did. I drew a descending parallel channel, it looked like here, and it kind of traded sideways out of this and started to head back up a little bit. Let me get rid of that now. Boy, that's sure looking like a head and shoulder. So I'm on a daily chart right now on gold. Very interesting. If these are exploding kitten ears here, gold's about ready to take off and take off massively upwards. If it breaks this level on this daily chart here, I've got this ascending level of resistance. If it breaks that, and you can see here that I've got a rising lower level of support. If I go out to a weekly chart here, yep, this is really shaping up to potentially have gold start breaking back up and testing something around that 25.48 range. Maybe starting to build like a shoulder around that amount, and then maybe like a head. But it looks like ultimately gold is looking for a long-term run up to maybe like the 2,500 range for a little bit, and then maybe coming back down and maybe, I don't know. I'm kind of just guessing here, but maybe November-ish, seeing kind of like a run down on gold, perhaps. But we'll have to kind of see how it continues to play out over time. But on a weekly, that is certainly looking like a daily even is starting to look like exploding kitten ears here. That's interesting. Silver. Currently, on a very on a micro scale, silver is trending down. On a bigger picture here, that I don't. It's it's breaking it. So it's trending down. Ethereum Classic is down 0.35 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.23 and trending up. SPY is currently up 0.32 and trending up. Tesla is up 0.76, trending up. Amazon is up 0.49, trending up. Cinemark is not yet traded. Doge is down 0.27 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 0.02, trending up. It's back at 70.9K a coin. Also getting the what appears to be, and look, it's again, this is so familiar. You see this all the time. You get a little tiny spike like this, then you get the exploding cat ears, and then you get price that tends to trend upwards and start to form some kind of shoulder, followed by a head, followed by another shoulder, and then a crashing down in price. These patterns repeat themselves so many times. I mean, it's so similar to this gold chart I'm showing you on the daily here, right? Here's your first little spike up, and then you got your cat ears, and then you're going to get some more explosion upwards, and these patterns just repeat themselves over and over and over. This is how you know that cryptocurrency is being absolutely manipulated through by the market. This is not what I don't think normal trading would see this. It doesn't look like that to me. Anyways, currently Bitcoin is trending up. GME is up 1.09 in the pre-market this morning, trending up. HYMC has it's traded, but it's breaking even. It's consolidating right now. NCMI has not yet traded. Hood is up 0.82, consolidating. And AMC is down 0.84, but trending up. At pre-market open, we had a bit of a downtrend about 466. My charts that I'm tracking says our low is 455. That's a 22.5% decrease from 587, which means we're either looking for newer lows or we're looking to break $5.23. So let me move this down just a hair. Interesting moves happening last night. So I suggested to you yesterday that we had found what appeared to be a little bit of a level of support here on the bottom side, that with this longer trend down, that we may see some kind of short-term break somewhere near the close. It kind of did this weird stuff where it looked like it wanted to break down, and then all of a sudden these weird spikes were showing up here. GME had the same exact thing going on in the aftermarket hours yesterday. And it was wanting to break upwards, but never was managing to get there. It was weird. But let's take a look at our pre-market volume. Wow, that's eerily weird. GME's volume right now is 262,000 shares traded, and AMC's is 252. They're so close. Why is that? Why are they so close? It shouldn't be happening. That's strange. Volume for our Pokestick of volume this morning was 179,000 shares, giving us a total of 252. So we're looking at like 70,000, more like 60,000 shares that we had in pre-market before that. That should equate to I'm going to say 25 to 45 million shares traded for the day today. I probably should be doing 20, 40, but I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit and give it an additional 5 million, just in case top end hits on volume today. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got going on? Yeah, so this is weird activity. On a larger scale on AMC, on maybe like a 5-minute time interval, you can see here that this lower level, a larger lower level of support that I've got drawn out here in this upper level of resistance is just about ready to break out here. It wants so badly to break out. It could happen more closer to market open. I just don't like drawing my boxes, my suggestive boxes, that close to the end of the tip, because you know how it is for me. Always leaving the tip out. You gotta leave just the tip. So I didn't want to draw it that far back because I just didn't feel like that was it was too close to the end of this pattern. So, but yeah, we're getting really, really, really close to breaking out of this wedge. What I want to see is rising volume and rising price, or falling price and falling volume. Either one of those two works. But what I'm seeing over this 3-day trading pattern here is I'm seeing rising volume to some extent, at least in this middle time zone. So if volume suddenly starts to pick up again and price starts moving up, that's what I want to see. I want to see volume rising, price rising. Those are all very, very good signs for us. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, there was approximately $2.3 million more outflow than inflow. And let's see here. Like I said, 258,000 shares traded so far on a 4-hour time interval. There's currently more equal amounts. No, there's not. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.56, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.48, which is average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.04, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.65. The interesting thing about all of that data is that the 5-minute, 30-minute, 1-hour, and 4-hour are all in agreement that the RSI is average, meaning price could move either direction, has plenty of room to move either way. But most of those time intervals has currently more selling pressure than buying pressure going on. Taking a look at Ichimoto. What do I have to say, Ichimoto? Let's see here. Lagging line is on price line. Conversion crossed over base in the aftermarket hours yesterday, and you can see that towards the end portion of today, we have red cloud forming. Price loves to drive downwards through green and upwards through red, and that's what we had happen here. Is we did trade almost smack dab through the middle of that green switchover of a cloud here, that wall, and now we're starting to see red clouds starting to form, which means price has the ability to be able to move up through that and find more buying pressure. All we got to do is get the lagging line above price line, and that conversion is already over base. So we got to get price above the cloud for the day today. By the end of the day today, it's 493 or 495 would be the magic number to where we would see additional buying pressure kicking in. Considering the fact that max pain is 450, I don't know. I don't know if it'll happen or not, but 495 is the magic number for getting more buying pressure. I fully imagine it's a Wednesday. Could they run the price up one more time before the end of the week and drop it right back down to 450 again? Of course they can, and that would probably generate a lot of FOMO call contracts being created for this week, and so and that's institutions want to make money, so trying to get people to FOMO into weekly call options would be kind of ideal. So I would suggest that maybe we do see a break above this cloud at some point. This cloud is not very thick going into the future, which means that if price does start to run up, that we'll start getting green cloud within 2 days, which is Friday. So it makes a lot of sense. that they're going to try and do a quick little run here to kind of get people to put in some option contracts that are bad. Let's see here. 4-hour chart. Cloud by the end of the day today is starting to get a little lower. It doesn't really kind of move into like a low kind of scenario to where we could get a cross through the red cloud until Friday. So maybe in the late portions of the afternoon of Friday, we could potentially be driving through or right in the middle of the cloud for a Monday opening to rise above the cloud, which would be just slightly above $5. But for today, in order to turn this into buying pressure, we got to get lagging line above price line, conversion above base, and price above the cloud, which is way up there. I'm going to call it 835. I know by the end of the day it's a little bit lower. It's around 775 by the end of the day, but I'm going with the larger of the two values because that's just the very end portion. So just remember, keep it in your mind that I'm going to put 835 for the main portion of the day, but then 775 at the end portion of the day. We got some news, but it's probably nothing good. It's always bad news. Why you should buy these 5 other stocks instead of this one? GameStop, AMC stocks are subdued for now. They're still way up since the meme revival. I love how I hate the fact that they call us a meme stock. I really just despise that. They really, that's like probably one of the biggest FUD campaigns that I've ever seen in my life, because it's just like, oh, we'll just lump in a bunch of stocks in here that we know are crap stocks, call them meme stocks, and then include AMC and GME in that list. And then we can just, we'll entice people into thinking they should buy some of these other stocks. We can use the, and I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but we had an ETF that was created a while back. It's no longer in existence, but it was created. This meme stock, or meme ETF was created, right? And so it's a basket of all these meme stocks. And so what they would do is they would run down the price on an ETF like that, and that's going to directly impact the price of AMC and GME because of the fact that we are tied to those stocks. And so it's probably one of the worst things that you could have happen. But I mean, they used it, they ran with it and used it, and it was bad. All right, let me head on over to the back of the Big Tramp. I can see what it is that you guys are writing now. See, get this up. CPR says, so 2 weeks? Gobnobber says, hey Casey, sorry if you've explained this 1 million times, but how does triggering SSR constitute a positive situation for hedgies? I was under the impression that they would be unable to short today. They can still short. That's not a problem. So what SSR does for shorting institutions, or it's really what it does is it helps market makers. It gives them the ability to be able to create more short exempt volume. And if you go look up, what you want to do is you want to go and look up what short exempt volume is. It's essentially a position that's been filled without finding any shares. So they've identified some portion of volume for the day, and they said, I'm going to mark this short exempt. I'm going to call this order completed, but I don't have any shares to give to you yet. So I will find them later. Don't you worry. I'll find shares later. But I'm going to make these shares now. And you have a position that you're holding on to. Trust me, bro. That's what SSR does for market makers. It creates the ability to be able to just make liquidity out of nothing. And the reason that that's a possibility is because what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, well, the stock is, there's not a whole lot of liquidity. There's not enough liquidity in the marketplace to be able to complete orders. And in order to make a market, we need market makers to have an exemption where when SSR is tripped and price is moving in such a, it's moving in a 10% downwards movement, we need to have the market be able to create this liquidity. So the market creates it, and then they have to find it later. And that's what it comes down to. So somebody is selling something without actually having a position to give to them. And that's, I think, what you should kind of be focused on more. Don't look at it as they can't short. They can. They absolutely can short during that period of time. They just can only do it when it's on an uptick. So, again, I'm not sure where this perception in our community came from, where people started to think that SSR was supposed to be good for us. It's not. SSR tripping is not good for retail, but it is. Well, let me rephrase that. It can be good for us down the road. If somebody has to find shares at some given point, and there's a massive amount of short exempt volume out there that they've got to take care of as well, it ends up being a really positive thing for us because those turn into failure to delivers. So it's a good thing for us down the road, but it's a bad thing for us at the time of price discovery for that day. Break Nation Sports says, any probing into any of these people posting articles telling you to buy these meme stocks instead of these ones, or a host saying it's a buy, sell, or hold, or no, just GFE for posting positions. Yeah, I hear you, man. Tyler, good morning, and I'm glad you're feeling bullish. Glenn says, Stonka Tracker says it's off. I already verified it, double-checked it. It is on. So I don't care what Stonka Tracker says. GME's SSR was tripped yesterday. I already verified it. Yes. Gobnobber says, so naked shorts, basically. Yes. Come on, Rugged. I mean, you just like you're dancing all around it, dude. Like, can you just not? I would appreciate it. I mean, it's like it doesn't get any more clear than what it is that you're doing. Just please don't. You know what the rule is, and you're just dancing all around it. Gobnumber says, thanks so much for explaining that so well, Casey. I've been listening, lurking these videos for a year, but still always missed this. Never quite got it. New SSR, no short on downtick. Yeah. Break Nation Sports says, come on, trust Stonka Tracker, bro. Well, I mean, all they're doing with Stonka Trackers, they're setting up some kind of like Excel like spreadsheet kind of thing, and then populating the data into a spreadsheet, and then having it calculate to see if the price hit some kind of 10% mark. And sometimes it's really kind of, it's funny. You'll actually see Stonka Tracker report that SSR was triggered, but only because the price hit the right amount, but it was in the aftermarket hours. And so I don't know if somebody manually goes in there and fixes that later, because sometimes you'll see the next day that it's not on. But I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they just use some kind of spreadsheet to look at it. And my guess is, and I'm not sure exactly how it would have happened, but they must be looking at like to a third decimal place, and somehow or another their third decimal spot would have somehow flagged a number that was higher than the 2520, I think it was, that GME needed to trigger yesterday. So their Excel spreadsheet didn't populate a triggering event. And so, even though it did hit 2520. Apex says you're a triggering event. I'm not sure what that means. Cassius says rigged. I mean, it's not rigged. It's just that, somebody built a web page, right? And they're trying the best they can to let you know whether or not SSR is triggering or not. But they're not pulling. So the only place that I know of that you can get the information doesn't report until after the day is done trading. So I guess in order for Stonko Tracker to give you like live information as to whether or not something is triggered or not, they have to somehow compile a report themselves to see if a stock has managed to trigger SSR, which is just simply a 10% down move from the previous day's closing price. So it's never gonna be perfect, right? They're never gonna have the exact setup that they probably want to have, because there's conditions that have to be met. Like trading has to happen within, during trading hours, like aftermarket hours doesn't count. There's a lot of different things that could possibly go wrong with some of the rules that are applied to that. And so, it's just, you're trying to get somebody's trying to provide you some information that you can't get anywhere else. And that's always going to have flaws in it. It's kind of like watching Yahoo for your information. It's never going to be good and perfect, accurate data. Just as much as you would like it to be. It's more fluff. It's reading fluff, and you have to kind of give it some leeway. Audio Tit says, during voting last night, I noticed my votable shares were less than my holdings. Is that normal? It is not normal. If you vote, when you were voting, you should have probably inquired to your broker at that point in time to figure out whether or not there was a reason why that was showing up that way. And I noticed that with one of my when my wife had sent me a image of what was going on with her account. I noticed that as well. I was like, wait a minute, something doesn't look right here. But then I realized, and I kind of assumed this, I had her show me her full account, and she had two different accounts with AMC shares in it. And so one had way less shares than the other. And so that's how I was able to surmise that what was going on is that she was only voting on one portion of her shares. The other account with that same broker she was missing, right? So she wasn't voting on that other account. So whenever you're in your broker, if you have multiple accounts in there, they don't just lump it all together and just give you one vote. They give you a vote for each. They give you a voting section for each account that you have. So I would suggest that may be the case for you. I don't know for sure, but that means you would have been looking for multiple emails, or you would have had to have gone through your broker for the control number to get into your other voting section. You would be surprised, guys. People use Yahoo for their news a lot. Yes, Jason, I will be live for the meeting today, and I will be live streaming it. Turtle says, alerts are set, not even looking until we're over 10. I know what I hold. Very nice. Sometimes that's healthy. You don't have to look at it every single day. Jason says, you the man. Thank you, Jason. No, you the man. Break Nation Sports says, Casey apparently uses Yahoo for his news. No, I don't. I think it's funny. I think it's funny when I catch people. Like if you do, I'm sure you guys have done this. Like when you walk through the cubicles in your workplace, and you catch your coworkers like looking at the internet or something like that, and then you catch every once in a while back in the day I'd walk through and be like, oh look, he's looking at Yahoo. It's the most sensational news you could possibly come across. It's like standing in a grocery line and reading the tabloids. They're just always over sensationalized articles, and I think that's why people like them. Moonlit Rift says, do you think they'll discuss anything other than the vote during the meeting? More than likely, they may take some questions. I'm not sure if they will or they won't. But what I would suggest is that they probably, since it's going to be during market open hours, they won't be suggesting or they won't be stating anything having to do with anything new for the company in regards to like new products or anything that would change stock price based off of what it is that they're saying. So they're going to have to be, they're going to be very careful to probably keep most everything that they say well within anything that they've already posted up someplace before, or talking about the results of the shareholder vote. So that's going to be the gist of it, because they're doing this during market open hours. They can't come out with like breaking news on some kind of new product line or something like that while the market's open. I'm actually thinking it's going to go up today, Turtle. I'm thinking there's going to be a small little blip, probably up to, but not over 495. It might slightly go over 495 for a bit, maybe. I mean, some of the aftermarket hour volume and price movement yesterday was really kind of interesting. I guess really volume was just a little spiky there, but this price movement right here might be a little bit of an indication as to what direction we're going to be heading for the day today. And it went up to as high as 505 in the aftermarket hours yesterday, or last night, I should say. So I think we're going to probably kind of dance up towards that direction. But I think before the end of the week is over, I think we'll be heading back down towards that 450 max pain. Oh, who do we got in here? Rex, good morning to you, sir. Yeah, they wouldn't say anything like that, old me. There's no way that they would say AFC streaming is coming to Netflix. They won't. They won't be making any kind of groundbreaking news in this meeting. Wow, Turtle's educating me this morning. I did not know that you have to open up the doors and the hood of the Corvette to jack it up. That's news to me. The staggered tires was a I always thought that was a really bad design flaw on the car. Well, I mean, I guess it's cool for people who want to, have big, huge tires in the back. I guess for traction purposes or whatever. But the idea that you got to change out all four of your tires when you go in there, I'm just too economical of a person to ever own a vehicle where I've got to change all four and I can't just rotate and change two at a time. Marwood Studio, good morning. Let's see here. Hold on one second. Oh, that's not going to work. I'm seeing that I got a message from somebody saying that they got shadow banned on my live stream. If you ever find that you're unable to make comments or something's going on in regards to that, wait, hold on a second. That was dumb. Just send me a DM either through YouTube or I don't know, whatever it is that you want to send that through, and I can try and take a look into it. No, it wasn't. I got a message from somebody else. It wasn't Larry. And if Larry, if you're back, I think you may have been put on a 24-hour timeout. So whatever time that was yesterday, and unfortunately, I wish there was a way for me to remove those timeouts. Unfortunately, once these timeouts occur, I do not have any control over the release on those. Unfortunately, so. You'll end up having to wait the full 24 hours before able to type in the chat again. Moonlit Rift says, I'm shadow banned on TWE's live streams. No clue why. TWE is a really good guy. I've had a couple different private conversations with him in the past, and I really like the guy a lot. He's really cool. What I would suggest to you is I think he's the kind of guy where he's very level-headed, like I like to think I am, even though I'm not. And so what I would do is I would reach out to him however you can and let him know that you can't chat and for whatever reason, and have him take a look into it and see. I'm pretty sure he'll probably work with you. I would like to think that he would work with you. I can't speak for him, but Jay, thank you very much. He says it's break time. Radev says, happened to me the other day. The conversation was about actors, Arnold and others, and I wrote a comment that Jason Statham is playing the same role every movie, and my comment was deleted. I know YouTube has some weird. I don't know. I've had some people tell me that there's like certain. I'm not sure what it's looking for, but if you use like emojis or anything like that, I think sometimes YouTube has a problem with some of them. I don't know. I wish I could tell you what it is, but what I would suggest is you could try to like if you suspect that your comment. I mean, this would be lame to do every single time, but if you suspected that your comment was going to go through, you can copy and paste it and then maybe try and modify it in some kind of way to where maybe take out anything that may be offensive or something like that. I don't know why, but YouTube has these like weird rules where sometimes your comments just won't go through. And also, if you're not a moderator, if you put in a link, those comments will never show up. So just to throw that out there, I promise you, if you put links in there for people to click on, they won't pop up. But it is. I've had that mentioned to me on several different occasions. People are like, hey, I type this in here, nothing. I can't. My comment won't show up. All my other comments show up, but not that one. And I go like, well, I don't know what to tell you. By the way, guys, I just remembered. I'm pretty sure that I've got this on slow mode. I do. I'm gonna take it off for right now because we are underneath 500. So I'm gonna take slow mode off here so you guys can talk. That's if you're typing something in, when I change this, it's going to erase whatever it is that you're putting in there. So get it out real quick here because in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, I'm going to stop this and go. All right. I just want to make sure that you guys have the ability to be able to. Anytime it goes over 500, I just put that on just to kind of make it a little bit easier to read through the comments. But I don't want to have that on continuously. That's weird, Radov. I don't know. Sometimes moderators accidentally delete messages. It happens. All right, let me put my message up on the screen here. Rex, I will. You and me, buddy. We were the odd men out. I think yesterday on price predictions. So you and I, we got to do better today. You're doing good for the week, though, aren't you? Didn't you save us on Monday? I feel like you might have saved us. Let's see here. All right, I will be back at 8:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, 15 minutes before market opens, and we'll go over price predictions from the 4 apes that are guessing, and I will see you then. Yeah, I'm getting 1796 Patriot says intermittent buffering here. I'm seeing it too. There's not really much I can do about it right now. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Walls roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the grit and grind. That's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride along its stride. All ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight. Fair living, crushing numbers all night, yeah. Fan of the beer, tinker analyst, chasing dreams in the moonlight. No fancy office, just the open road. This is my life, alright.
All right, guys, I'm back, and I'm just kind of taking a look at what I got going on here for price predictions. I do feel like we're at a 3-day. Let me get rid of the Bollinger Bands here so there's a little less lines on the page. But I do feel like we're at the end of a 3-day pattern where we've got a big level of support here that's been driving up from a lot longer period of time than that. If I go back out to 1 hour, you can see it spans. Actually, I guess it really is only just 3 days. 3 days worth of trading, including today, would be 4. But this support line seems to be holding pretty well, and I think this resistance line is really what we're just about ready to break. If I take it down to 1 minute, you can see we're just traversing just beneath this line here. So here's the deal: we haven't seen we have seen $4.50 and $4 puts closing. We saw that earlier this morning. So somebody what that kind of tells me is that $4 and $4.50 puts believe that there's probably a chance that they won't see $4.50 before the end of the week. So if we're going to be moving up for the day-to-day, where is the potential spot where I feel like maybe there's a gap fill in volume that needs to occur, or maybe there's a good stopping point for the day-to-day? And so I'm kind of looking at this this time frame here. Where was most of the volume filled at, and where would be a potential stopping point for this? If I come out to a 30-minute time interval and just look at volume levels for that time frame, you can see that our point of contact for, let's see, about 6 days worth of trading. Most of our volumes come in at $4.84. If we were to move up in price, we would, seeing something. Remember, 523 is the number that we got to hit for synthetic price failure reset. It could be a test off of 523 that comes back down to some crazy number, back to 450 before the end of this week is over, to prevent any of those call options at 5 from actually really being able to realize any kind of profit. So I'm really kind of looking at something that might barely touch $5. And then closing out the day a little bit lower than that. I'm kind of looking at maybe 489 as a possibility. When I zoom in on this just a tad bit on 489, that's going to be right around this level right here. And so I think there's some area and volume that needs to kind of fill in here. So we might see a closing price somewhere between 486 and 496. I think we would potentially, if we broke out of this to the top side, see price trading somewhere in there for a close for the day-to-day, which, let me plug in the numbers from 479 yesterday. I just want to see, we need at least a 5% increase in price for the day-to-day to give us a 3 days in a row of price movement 5% or higher average. So from 479 to, let's say we closed it 10 cents higher at 489 for the day-to-day. Let's see what kind of, that would be a 2.1% increase in price day over day. So it would not give us that 5% that we would need for a good buy signal. And then also the magic numbers for the day-to-day on the 1 hour chart is a buy signal at 495 and a buy signal at 835, I think. Yeah, so I think the idea of like a 49, 46, somewhere around that kind of price range is what I'm looking for. There may be an attempt right at market open to try and drive price towards 450 to try and close out as many puts as possible. It's certainly a possibility. Yesterday in volume we had, let me just check this real quick here. 33. I've got a range of 25 to 45 for today. I'd like to see higher volume if we're moving up in price. So I'd like to see more than that 33.2. That'll be a pace for us to kind of watch for. I think price prediction. I really feel like they would love to close it below a level of what would end up becoming resistance at 486. So I'm kind of inclined to say maybe like a 485 close. So we have Central Standard Time today. We have 1 p.m. as the annual shareholder meeting. So I don't know how that's going to impact the market. That does give us an additional 2 hours of trading time. That shouldn't really change anything. There shouldn't be any announcements during that would change which direction we're trading in. I think I'm gonna go 485. Yeah. And we get 50 cents on either side of that, so I'm going 435 to 535. Let's see here. Apex it turns out I was off by 1 day again. Sticking with my numbers from yesterday, we closed at 483. So he's going with 433 to 533. There's 2 cents between us on that. Twisty, what is Twisty going for? Twisty has got 416 to 516. He's going for 469. Nice. 416 to 516. Oh, sorry, 469. 416 to 516. There we go. It's a little bit down from what he had yesterday. And Rex has 465, so he's going to go 415 to 515. So a lot of us are really, really close. We're right on top of each other here. The low man on the totem pole for the day is Rex with 415 to 515, a penny up from his Twisty at 416 to 516. And then you've got Apex and myself who are looking at something a little bit higher for a close for the day. Apex has got 433 to 533, and I have 435 to 535. Nobody's eligible for a bonus point for having a unique price prediction as a result. And there is a 20-cent spread between us again. I think that's exactly what it was yesterday. 20 cents spread between the group here. There it is. That's what I got for you guys. It's about time to get this market open. Roseanne saying it looks like volume's pretty low. Yeah, I would say it was kind of similar to what we were seeing yesterday in pre-market volume. Kind of, sort of. You can see the Apex was here. Yeah, it's legendary. Apex was here. There it is right there. Yep, there he was. All right, let's do this. I will see you guys on the other side of market open. I'm going to get rid of my box here just because I don't like having it up. Just know that I am expecting to see a break fairly soon on the other side, either the top side of this descending level of resistance or this ascending level of support. Very close to market open. All right, Bollinger Bands, and let's get this day started. See you guys on the other side.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
Guidance, we cleared all of our autoload constraints. From a weather
We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
STO here, you're loud and clear, 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well, thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Reducing the stress on the shuttles and bridge the guidance now converging. Discoveries on board computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Well, I'm not sure what to tell you guys in regards to why the stream is getting delayed here. Let me just check something real quickly. The title for the day today, before I do this, AMC Annual Shareholder Meeting is today. It's at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I will be live streaming it. So if you want to check that out here, you're more than welcome to. I just pulled up Down Detector. There is a couple different things that are showing some down issues. But from my end, I'm not seeing... Let me just check one more thing here. I will run... I'll run a speed test just to kind of verify real quick here what's... see if there's anything weird going on from my end. I'm pretty sure it's... No, I do have connectivity problems. It's me. It's a me issue. I don't know what to make of it. I can't. There's nothing I can do about it. My internet is definitely being heavily shorted though right now. I'm getting really poor connectivity. We need to start logging this. See if there's like a pattern. I really need to start logging it. But I'm jumping all over the place on my internet connection, so it's not stable. Unfortunately, since I went to a wired connection, since many of you felt that me being wired in was going to fix everything, I don't have any ability to be able to switch between that and something different, so I'm stuck with what I got now. So when I do have problems, it just sucks. It's wired or nothing. And it's certainly not, does not seem to be the fix for sure. I might have to hook back up the Wi-Fi antenna. All right. Radav says that's a lot of buying volume on GME. Let's take a look at it going on here. We got GME is up 3.44%. Taken off here a little bit, 3.76 million in volume so far for the day, and definitely trending up. AMC is started a late run up after hitting a 462 downtrend. We've got about 2.98 million. Earlier this morning, AMC and GME were tracking almost identically in volume. We are having a real difficult time making it past this level of resistance here. If we can get a good push past that, we should see price taking off a little bit. There. All right. What do I do here? Part of me wants to go back over to the back of the big tramp, but I know if I do that, it's just going to make things worse. I guess I'll try it. Let's see what happens here. Quack, quack, how's it going, man? Help me out here. What kind of delay do I have?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not listening to the live stream. Just back over here.
But you can hear me okay, though?
Yep.
Okay, good. Fair enough. I guess it works. We'll just run with it. Hope for the best. Some of you are mentioning...
You were having trouble?
Yeah, some people are mentioning that there's a time delay. So I can't do anything about that. For whatever reason, I guess YouTube's deciding to put me on some kind of time delay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Like 5 minutes. That's a long time delay. 5 minutes to not get information. It's really cool because I can like throw comments in the comment section and like, here we go, guys. Here it goes. Let's see, watch, and then 5 minutes later, be like, he knew in advance. Here we go. Everybody's like, we're not going. What are you talking about? No, you'll see. It's the future. They'll be like, what? Yeah, not bad. Getting a nice little push past that breakout point there. And so we are getting some good volume coming in here, around 3.58 million shares traded so far. GME is up 6.96%, up with 4.89 million in volume. Nice pushes. Looking very, very sweet right now. Cliff's saying it's a 4-minute delay. That's awesome. Love that. Venus says, restart it. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of that would maybe potentially help. MC says Viagra will make a marathon runner out of anyone. Hayden say the JJ is saying the channel is being front runned. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Julie says, try to restart your router. So I could do that, but then I got no stream anymore. That shut me down for sure. Nana says it's... You know what it is, Nana? It's all because Brian wasn't first today. You shouldn't have put Brian in handcuffs, in fuzzy handcuffs, because now look at my internet. Look what Brian is doing to my internet. Thanks a lot. You know what happens when Brian gets grumpy, Nana? He just starts sucking up all my bandwidth. Way to make him grumpy in the morning. You didn't feed him. You didn't feed him his coffee this morning, did you? I think that's... He had his hands cuffed. I mean, he's going to be grumpy now. Attendees, good morning to you, sir. And if I didn't say it yet, quack, quack, good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-oh, we got morning voice in here.
I'm trying to count, but I can't count very well. Let's see how far behind it is.
Yeah, I'm hearing 4 to 5 minutes. It kind of varies between each person.
I should definitely stop counting then.
Mac
Not
Nedby
counting to 300.
Mac Nedby says, I knew Casey is a wizard. Here we go. He's looking at the future. Roseanne says, you should move to Maine. We have great internet connections. I mean, I wouldn't mind Maine. I don't know if the rest of my family would enjoy Maine too much, but because there's only like maybe there's like 2.5. No, I guess that's not really true. Of the people that are still in the household, there's like 2.5 of us two out of 4 that like seafood. So yeah, Maine's kind of like we're more of a steak eating family. How's your beef up there in Maine?
Mainly moose knuckle, I think.
Moose knuckle, gross. That doesn't sound very good. Do you have chicken tendies? They live off of chicken tendies, so we'll be all right. We can maybe pass by if we got chicken tendies. I wanted to bring up a news article, or I guess it's not really a news article, but the couple different people were reporting yesterday, and I think it was Unusual Whale was one of them for sure. But I've mentioned to you guys several times that we focus way too much on Ken Griffin as a community. I feel like he's not like he's not our main source of evil in the market, if you wanted to call it that. And I think I've thrown out another name out there on several different occasions, and I don't know if you guys have caught wind of it. Anybody for a point? What that other name is? And I've mentioned on many occasions. Larry Fink. Yes, that is correct. Larry Fink, in my opinion, is probably one of the more evil entities of the entire marketplace in BlackRock. And so we had Unusual Whales reporting yesterday that BlackRock and Citadel are planning to launch a new national stock exchange in Texas to compete with the New York Stock Exchange.
I said Larry Cap. Larry Cap.
Oh, it's Larry Fink would have been the correct answer. But yeah, Larry Fink is the right answer, and I've mentioned it several times in the past before. I think he's probably one of the most corrupt portions of our marketplace that we have. Like if you wanted to identify a source of corruptness for our marketplace, it'd be Larry Fink. And it comes from the program that he created, Aladdin, where the whole market is traded through this Aladdin system. Everybody's using it. That's not when that kind of stuff starts happening. That's what really is what's causing the issue here. You know, we talk about a free traded market. Something that's supposed to be based off of things like supply and demand. That's not what we're getting here. We're not getting a supply and demand market. We're getting a market that's made in a way that will benefit institutions to just simply suck money out of the marketplace. And these algorithms that are used through programs like Aladdin do that. That's exactly what they're designed to do. They're designed to milk the market of value. And that's the root source of our problems. Besides there not being enough legislation put into place or rules and regulations put into place that would prevent algorithms from running awry. So crime, right? A lot of crime. And that's what we need to clean up. Daniel's saying it's weird. It's 15 seconds. So it sounds like maybe it's clearing up a little bit here. I do show better connectivity now, so it was definitely coming from my end. I'm showing a much better connectivity. Put a tinfoil hat on it. Might help with reception. If I legitimately thought that would work, I would probably try it.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's going to help our cause, Casey, but I did post into General and in Breaking News that Redacted actually did a 24-minute segment on GameStop and AMC yesterday.
No kidding.
If you know who Redacted is, right?
No, I don't. But I mean, that's cool that they did a big.
They have 2.38 million subscribers.
Oh wow.
On YouTube.
And what was it positive?
And YouTube is not their main platform. So yeah, it's quite positive. They said that the system is corrupt, and what the hell is going on? That they're trying to shut down Keith Gill. They brought up the movie again and told people that if they haven't seen it, they should watch the movie.
Do you know? I went looking for some information.
24-minute segment.
Hold on, I'm going to cut out my comms here for just a second because I feel like there might be a little bit of delay on my comms. Give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Can you? Oh, sorry, this is going to screw me up here. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Go back. Okay, can you guys hear me again? Test. 1, 2. Yeah.
Yep.
Pardon my French, but you're an asshole.
All right, good. So you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
So I think it's better now. I don't feel like there's any kind of delay. Sensor Construct, good morning, by the way, and Funky also good morning to you. That's actually really kind of cool. I was looking at something last night because you mentioned Dumb Money there. Have you done any research on how much that film has pulled in?
No, but it wasn't much from the theaters to begin with, so I don't know.
I'm gonna pull it up here real quick because I was doing some looking into it just the other day, because I was kind of curious, like how much money that movie had made. Let me pull it up, and I was really kind of surprised. So it says here, does it have everything? The gross. I was really surprised by this. So the gross rate, as of actually, I would assume this is current, but it says here that the gross on the movie for domestic was only 13.9 million. In total, I think when you include Europe, Middle East, Africa, all those other places around the world, I think it pulled in like 35 million total. Something like that is really close to that. I was surprised by that. Super, super surprised. Here it is. Worldwide. Worldwide, it says it pulled in 20.7 million. That's way less than what I thought. And the cost to make the money was 30 million. So they lost 10 million making that movie. I am surprised by this. And part of the problem, I think, is that I think a lot of people have seen that movie more on streaming services than they have in the movie theaters. And so while they may have made their budget back through streaming and through the movies, the movies itself did not break how much it cost to make the movie. So I was really, really surprised by that. I did not know that. It was just some information I was kind of finding out last night, I think. I think it was the movie, and I'm saying this with obviously bias, but I thought the movie was a great movie. I think more people should see that movie, and I quite frankly don't know why they haven't. Venus says, I watched it before leaving the house today just in the background, but it was great. It's an amazing movie. Roseanne saying, Maine has a ton of cows. The beef is abundant. Good, because I don't think I could stop eating steak. It's my favorite thing. Sophisticated AI said Jamie Demon. Yeah, I know. There's other names to throw out there for sure. But I think at the top of the list, I would throw somebody like Larry Fink under the bus. But it's because
he's a big dildo.
No, no. I'm just
Larry the cucumber.
I'm just saying. I think that the Aladdin software that he has, that a lot of different financial institutions use to trade in the marketplace, is destroying the market, and it's a problem. And it should be highly investigated as to the extent at which it impacts the marketplace, or how it can be used to manipulate price in the marketplace to achieve not a fair marketplace, but simply a marketplace where institutions are just are extracting value out of the market. Getting rid of high speed algorithmic trading, I think, would be a good start. That'll never happen, right? I mean, that's like asking him to go back to the Stone Ages. So I think it's all going to have to be rules and regulations that are put in place for how high speed payment for order flow has got to go away. Payment for order flow has to be removed. The whole idea, even out of Gary Gensler's mouth, his own mouth, is that it it makes a. I'm trying to remember the exact words he says. A fair and efficient something. He's got a whole word that he uses, or whole line that he uses for what it does. But payment for order flow, when you think about what it is that he's saying, he's talking about payment for order flow helping to get best execution and price for institutions. He's not saying that it's best execution for the retail investor. If you think about it, a retail investor who's investing into something doesn't want a lower price. They want a higher price. And payment for order flow, which accomplishes best execution, is simply hurting the marketplace. You don't buy into sure, you want to buy in lower at a lower cost on a stock ticker or any kind of asset, right? You always want to buy in low and watch the price rise. But if there's always a bunch of buying going on and payment for order flows always doing best execution, then what's going to happen is it's going to just drive price down. The more buying that goes into it, the more it's going to drive price downwards, because it's always going to constantly try and get the best executed price or a lower price for the person buying in. But the people who are already invested in the stock want to see the price go up. So how does payment for order flow help people on seeing a higher executed price? It doesn't. So that's where the main flaw in all of this is that you need to see payment for order flow go away so that you can see people having to pay top dollar for a position. You want that. You want somebody to have to pay more money to get in, especially if it's something that everybody desires. That's what supply and demand is. Best execution gets rid of supply and demand. If demand is high and there's not a whole lot of product available, then price should skyrocket and not drop. And we see the exact opposite happening. It's because of payment for order flow. $495 was the key target number. Breaking $495 for the day today will allow price to show a buy signal for short-term investors on a 1-hour chart. So we're fastly approaching that. And after that, it's going to be 8:33 for a 4-hour, 8:35 rather, for a 4-hour time interval. So remember, one of the most important periods of time that you can go back and watch is when I do the early morning talk and breakdown of everything that's going on. Earlier this morning, I mentioned to you guys that I think there's going to be an attempt to try and drive price upwards here, create some FOMO call positions so that the market can drop the price back down to that 450 mark before the end of the week is out. In an attempt to try and collect on derivative premiums. Synthetic price failure resets at 5:23. And it is 9 o'clock, so it's time to take a look at the numbers. Real quick shout out to, I feel like we got somebody new in here. I guess we don't. I thought we had somebody in the back here. Roadrunner says yes, because they will use today's buy pressure to and use it when it's convenient for them on a later date. Well, they're going to scalp the orders, right? Everybody's buying in at these higher prices, and then what they'll do is they'll just drop the price, create an event to where they drop prices by 10% in a single day. Think about that for a second. What if we close at $5, 10% down from that's going to be 50 cents, so $4.50. Do the math. I mean, that's really, really simple math for you, right? If we close out at $4.50, and that's a 10% drop, they get to trigger SSR, and every single one of the orders today that occur today get to be filled with short exempt volume, like just magical shares that don't exist. that they'll find at a later date. And so everybody who bought on the way up ends up having to eat the drop down in price with fake shares. And that's your payment for order flow. While they scalp the positions, right? They actually buy them in at $4.50. So all these people who are buying between $4.70 and $5, they get their shares in at those prices, and then the market drops the price down to $4.50, and then the buying starts happening at $4.50, and they collect the difference. It's not that difficult to kind of envision, right? I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are talking about, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. When you sign up for that, or if you sign up for that with your broker and they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access into your account, you may want to go ahead and set that up, as you never know when somebody's going to, or something may happen to your primary device, so you have a backup. And then last but not least, the last thing I would ask you to do is to make sure that you have a statement of your portfolio from your broker. If you do not, anytime you have changes to your account, you are responsible for knowing what your position is that you hold. If you don't have that documented somewhere and something changes, you're just going to have to take your broker's word for it that you have what it is that they say you have. So please, I implore you, for your own defense, make sure you're getting a copy of a statement of your portfolio. It's not that hard. It's usually just a couple of clicks within your in your account to be able to get to some place to where you can get a report, a statement sent to you. All right, let's see what we got going on here. We're going to do a full rundown on the numbers this morning here. Price prediction tally points. Everybody got a point yesterday. There was no losers yesterday. Price prediction for the day today. There is a very tight spread here. We only had a 20-cent spread yesterday, and two guys missed by 4 pennies each. That was, I think, both Twisty and Apex were 4 cents off. One was lower, one was higher. Today we have kind of a similar situation. We only have 20 cents between us. Oh, by the way, I changed shirts. I guess what I got in the mail, censor content. I got my Dallas Stars, who are no longer in the playoffs, in the mail yesterday. So I came too late. But I got a green shirt on today, guys. Green shirt. I've got green for Dallas, and I've got red for Kansas City Chiefs. So I now have 2 different jerseys I can wear for days where I think, red days or green days when I want to wear. And I had, when I got it this morning, Melissa brought it in, and she goes, "Hey, you got your shirt in, your jersey." And I was like, "Oh, cool. I think today's going to be a green day. It's perfect. I'll wear it." So I changed shirts real quick. So here we go. I got green on. I'm ready. Oh yeah, price prediction tally points. Sorry, I got distracted. I saw my picture. I saw green. I know you guys can't see it because it's kind of dark in the room here. I'll turn on the lights maybe a little bit later and you'll see it. What do we got going on for price predictions? The low man on the totem pole for the day today is Rex with a 415 to 515 price prediction. Twisty has 416 to 516. Apex has 433 to 533, and then I have 435 to 535. That nobody has a unique price prediction by 10 cents, so nobody's eligible for an extra bonus point unless they nail a price prediction right on. So good luck to everybody out there. That is not meant as financial advice. It's just 4 apes trying to figure out what we think price is going to close out by the end of the day. Let's see here. We've got short exempt volume. We had volume yesterday came in way, way lower than I would have anticipated. I did not see it coming in at 33.2 million shares. It was much, much lower because I had like a 70 to 90 range. Today, based off of pre-market volume, I'm suggesting somewhere between 25 and 45 million shares traded. We're probably on a pace for something stronger than that, but that's neither here nor there. The interesting thing about all this, though, is that with 32 million or 33 million in volume yesterday, our short exempt volume ended up coming in. And if you're wondering why I'm starting right now, it's because the price is absolutely rocketing. We had 448.9 thousand shares in short exempt volume yesterday on AMC, so we had some good, decent volume in there. Utilization is at 81.79%, which was slightly up. I know we were down yesterday 0.42%, but we were up 11 point something the day before. On a 2-day average, that's 5% at least. If we have 5% up today, then we'll be 3 out of 3 on price change. So that's what I'm looking for. If we can get at least 5%, we'll be 2 greens out of 3, which was our MOAS trigger indicators. Max Pain is still 450 for this week. So every 50 cents that were higher than that by the close of the end of the week, the more faces we're ripping off. Taking a look at exchange traded volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX. We got about 52.57% going through off exchange, EDGX at 15.01%. The combined total on that 67.58%, or about 13.58% higher than I would expect it to be, meaning we would be seeing much higher price movement if it wasn't for that. We just tested 505 there. CHX volume was 2,000 so far for the day on AMC is 2,096. GME's CHX volume is coming in at 5,175. Neither of those two numbers are extremely big. Anything over 30,000 is a lot. Borrow fees and shares available to borrow. Earlier this morning, there has been another 50,000 shares borrowed since we took a look at it earlier. Yesterday we had 250,000 shares borrowed, and now at this point in time, according to IBKR, we're at 250,000 again. Fees are at 2.29% according to IBKR, and rebates are at 3.03. I don't normally read that rebate off, but we have been seeing it drop, and when it gets to a negative number, it does mean that it's hard to borrow. Taking a look, and I just want to look at GMEs real quick here. I just want to see what they're... they went from a negative 0.67 to a negative 3.48 on rebate, so they're definitely hard to borrow still. All right, moving on. Institutional ownership. 85.434 million shares. That has not changed for a while, and it probably won't again. I know this is probably not the most accurate current place to be checking what institutional ownership is, but it's the place where I go to check it. I want accurate data, so that's what I go with. And I don't trust some of the other sites. So anyways, taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day is coming in at a strike price closest to where we're trading at a $5 strike. There was 22.9 thousand contracts in volume yesterday, a total at 5. Right now we got 8.1 thousand contracts so far in volume. A normal day by this time is about 3.5 thousand contracts, so we got a lot of volume going on. Highest amount of volume on puts is at $4.50 strike. That's where it was yesterday, and there's 3.3 thousand contracts. That's kind of normal level of volume. We may be getting a lot of puts and calls that are closing out at 4 and 4.5. We saw that yesterday. This morning when we opened up open interest, we saw that the 4 and 4.5 volume, open interest volume, had decreased, which means that they were closing puts yesterday out of the money because we never hit 450. So out of the money puts closing out is very, very bullish, extremely bullish. And it took a full minute, it seemed like, there to change over. So maybe I haven't been the problem. Anyways, moving on here. Let's pull over some screens over to the other side here, and we'll take a look at what we got going on.
You talk too much. Think too much.
Ape together strong. Thank you, Censored Content. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Bumblebee, a.k.a. Censored Content. Let's see here. So according to Ortex so far this morning, it's reporting 195,000 shares returned so far for the day-to-day. That's not really going to have too much of an impact on estimated short share interest of the free float at 14.24%. Cost to borrow mins at 3.54, average is 4.88, max 5.84. Shares on loan for the day today is 83.2 million shares. That's approximately 540,000 more shares on loan today than there was yesterday, and Ortex is estimating about 220,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at some of these numbers and what they look like on the chart. Utilization, day over day, driving up from 81.5% to 81.79%. On loan amount, increasing from 82.66 to 83.2. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest, the free float, to rise from 14.2 to 14.26. And the on loan average age per day is driving upwards. We've had 2 days in a row of upwards momentum on the average age per day indicator, which is that point at which I would say to you within 15 trading days, we should see a significant boost in price. That's from May 31st. May 31st was the bottom. So if you were to count out on a calendar, from May 31st, 15 trading days would, holy shit. It's the 21st of June. Holy shit. All right, well, there you go. That indicator, it's pulling through again here. Security lending volume day over day dropping from 14.18 million in volume to 8.56 million. Holy shit, I didn't even realize that was going to fall right on that date. Taking a look at GME's numbers here. I covered everything else on GME earlier this morning. If you want to go back and look at those numbers, you can. So far for the day on GME, 1.14 million shares borrowed. Is there anything going on with cost to borrow? Nothing crazy on GME. Wait, hold on. Yeah, nothing really too crazy going on with cost to borrow on GME just yet. Their utilization is still too low. SSR trigger price for the day is $4.31 for AMC. GME's trigger price is going to be $23.85. I know SSR says it's off. I did verify that it did trip the circuit breaker for that. So it is on. Do not be deceived by that website telling you otherwise. For GME, we'll start there. 160.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 66.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 129.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 6,000 contracts that are in the money. Take a look at the in the money June 21st GME call contracts that are there. It's pretty monstrous. Taking a look at AMC's 171.1 thousand contracts. Let me refresh this. Hold on. Yeah, 171.1 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 53.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 72.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 3.2 thousand contracts that are out of the money. Or in the money, rather. Sorry. Maybe I said that backwards. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is third on the list here with a 62.72% buy and a 37.28% sell ratio. That's looking beautiful on a run-up. Anytime you can get a good buy-sell ratio over 60-40, when price is running up, means those paper hands are gone. Loving it. AMC did not make the list of most heavily traded stocks. Ooh, look at MMRI here. It's jumping up. It was 280 this morning, 280.49 to be exact. It's now 282, right on the dot. 282. The closer that gets to 300, the more risk there is in the market. Severe risk. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.446. Now it's 0.434. We started out the week at 0.391. NASDAQ is up 0.71. Dow Jones is down 0.34, and the S&P 500 is up 0.22. We have 2,892 decliners to 2,255 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently. somebody's pumping the tech sector. As you can see here, there's only two sectors that are up right now, and that's technology followed by communications. The worst sectors for the day-to-day is consumer staples, followed by utilities. Of the Mag 7, 5 are green. One's flip-flopping. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout-out. There might not be any. Good mixture of red and green. Looks like a little bit more red. Gold up 0.38 and currently on a downtrend, but it looks like it's trying to break that downtrend right now. Earlier this morning, I kind of mentioned to you guys that I was looking like a little bit of a cat ear going on here. Where did I see that at? What time frame? Daily. Very oftentimes, and I'll show you this on another stock here in just a minute, you get the little single spike followed by the cat ears, followed by price moving up to some point, consolidating, getting head and shoulders, followed by price movement back down to probably somewhere just below the cat ears. And so I'm kind of looking, it's on a daily chart for gold, it's kind of starting to look a lot like an exploding kitten setup. And I'll show you another one of those here on another stock, but just realize this is on a daily chart. Which means that this could be a very prolonged move where you might not start seeing gold drop back down again until like November. So it could go, gold could go on a run, and it's kind of looking like it might. Taking a look at silver, currently trending down, although it does look like it's trying to break that trend currently. But trend is down, up 0.24% for the day-to-day. Here's Ethereum Classic that is down 0.98 and trending down. I think Ethereum Classic was the one that I was showing you guys the... I can't remember if it was Ethereum Classic or what it was. There was another one that I was showing you guys where there was a head and shoulder cat ears. I think it was this one. Maybe. I don't remember. There was another one I was showing it to you on. The US dollar is currently trending up. The US dollar is up 0.26 and definitely breaking a downtrend into an uptrend. Oil is up 1.17. Come on. Trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.14 to 0.2 and trending down. Sharp trends down. SPY is up 0.22 but trending down. There was a good pump earlier this morning that kept it up high. Got up to about 530.86, and then as soon as the market opened, trending down. VIX is currently up 0.3. I had mentioned to you guys at open we should see it gap up. It didn't gap up. It actually just started trading up with no gap. It's at 1320 currently, with a future suggesting that it should be somewhere right around 1368. So it should continue to trend upwards. VB is up 0.3, trending down. VBR is down 0.02, trending down. Tesla is down 0.94 and consolidating after a trend down. Amazon is up 0.17. Overall, it's still, even though it's going up currently, I would suggest the trend is still down. It's not quite been broken. Yeah, it has. The trend has been broken, but it doesn't seem to be moving quickly through it. Cinemark is down 0.9, trending down. Doge is down 0.79 and trending down. It might have been, was it? No, it was Bitcoin. I think it was Bitcoin I was showing you the cat ears. But Doge is trending down. Here's Bitcoin. I'll show Bitcoin's cat ears on this one. Where is it? Let's see here. Here it is. Is this it? There it is right there. You got your, again, very, very similar thing where you've got a spike up followed by your cat ears, your exploding kitten. Price is supposed to move up and consolidate for a period of time before moving into a head and shoulder type pattern. As it stands right now, it's kind of moving down. This might be considered the first shoulder right here. It's pretty long, But if price starts moving back up on this even further, you could see like a 71.8. Let's see, what's the 52-week high? 73.8. Where would 73.8 be? That'd be pretty high for a head. So I don't think it's going to make a new high here, but I would watch for this to start breaking up after it finds this level of support here at 70.3K coin, and potentially start forming some kind of consolidation for a period of time similar to the length of this portion here, followed by a drop back down, probably a retest of 70.3, and then a break back down further down below 70K again. Let's see here. Going to GME. GME is up 10.76% for the day-to-day, definitely trending up. We are seeing volume at 20.26 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day, is having exceptional volume. There's a lot of news, underground news that's occurring on GME right now, that and some of it having to do with the whole Wu-Tang stuff. If you're not aware what's going on there, I would highly encourage you to go kind of look at social media and see what you find there. I'm not really sure that I can talk all that. I can't speak as an expert about what it is that they're trying to do, but it sounds to me like they're trying to create a blockchain NFT for their shareholders that will give them the rights or part rights ownership to the Wu-Tang album that was auctioned off by the government. So it's a long story. I don't know if I really want to get into it all. It's a pretty cool story. I would highly recommend going and checking it out. But some of what is being suggested is that other stocks that are owned by Ryan Cohen are going to be a part of this, including maybe some of the ones that sort of disappeared off the market. And that those held positions will be attached to this NFT blockchain, potentially providing a way for people to see how many outstanding positions there are, and fixing this BS of a market that we have. It's a cool story. Go check it out. HYMC is up 1.25% and is consolidating with a slight uptrend. NCMI is up 0.58 and consolidating with a slight uptrend. No, it's up. It's trending up. Hood is up 0.77, consolidating. AMC is up 4.79, and we're trending up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day-to-day on AMC. We've got $900,000 more outflow than inflow. 16.85 million shares traded so far. After 54 minutes worth of trading means that we're on a pace for about 121.7 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I don't know, guys. Like, I really, really feel like what we've been seeing is like there's 2 days in a row where volume was way, way lower than what I would have anticipated. Now all of a sudden, volume starts spiking on one of the days where volume was supposed to be low, based off of pre-market. So I feel what really this feels like to me is that somebody's holding orders off, and I know there's supposed to be a 1-day settlement period right now, and I'm not sure, maybe they're having problems with settlements. Let me look at something real quick here. I'm just going to look real quick and see what the market order imbalances were, if any, for AMC yesterday. Let's see, that would have been the 4th of June. I don't think there was any imbalances for AMC yesterday. Nope, there were none. I don't think there's an imbalance issue here. So I'm not sure why this volume is lagging behind. But we're on pace for 121.7 million shares traded for the day-to-day. I suggested somewhere between 25 and 45. We'll see what happens. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.79, which is above average, slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.86, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.3. Which is almost signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure on RSI of 61.46, which is above average. On a 1-hour time interval, Ichimoto, what do we need to see? We kind of saw it already. It's not quite there. It needs to kind of maintain for a little bit for us to really get the good buy signal that we need to have, because unfortunately there is green cloud in the beginning portion of the day today. But what we really need to have is the lagging line breaking above price line. The lagging line is simply a representation of current price movement, which means as long as we can keep price over any of this price movement from the past, that will be a buy signal. Conversion is above base, which is what we need to see, and price needs to be above the cloud. This is a point of contention here where it's not a buy signal until it's outside, or either on the top side of the cloud or the bottom side. It doesn't matter, but outside of the cloud. So we need hopefully within the next hour, we can stay above 495, because if we can, then that should cause that buy signal to trigger. On a 4-hour, lagging line is on price line. Conversion is slightly lower than base, and price is moving into the cloud. It does not become a buy signal on the 4-hour time interval until we get price moving above the cloud for the day. I would not expect to see that happen, but I wouldn't be disappointed if it did. That's going to be by this portion of the day right now. That value is going to be $8.34. By the end of the day, it drops down to about $7.63. I would be looking for a break of this cloud within the next 2 trading days. Looks like we got some news here. Probably nothing I care about. Roaring Kitty faces trading probe after GameStop stock frenzy. The only thing that I would worry about a little bit for him, and I'm not sure how he got his information. Maybe it was maybe he's on like 4chan accounts that are discussing stuff. But he was definitely alluding to what's in the box in some of his early May stuff, which would have been a full month before I think GME is even going to announce it. So that's going to be a little bit of a sticking point for him. Like, how did he know that in advance? But I don't necessarily think that that's what's, if somebody wanted to try to make the case that that's the reason why price is going up, that's a bunch of BS. That's not why price is moving up. Price was moving up before he started tweeting at any given point, so that never, ever, ever had anything to do. Now, whether or not he was making trades off of information he was finding on the internet, I don't know. I mean, is that illegal? If you just find random information in public chat forums, there's nothing illegal about that. You can make trades off of public forum information. That is totally acceptable. Now, if it's a private forum, then that's a different story. It could potentially be seen as market manipulation if it was a private, because that means the general public doesn't have access to the information. So I don't know what that's going to be, what's going to happen with that, but I'm sure they'll probably be looking into that in some kind of fashion. Tech, good morning to you, sir. Amazing Bluetooth said, bang, suck, bank, suck, blow. Yeah, that's what it feels like right now, let me tell you. We have a misfiring engine for sure. Cassius says he has transparency, so it's not illegal. I would tend to agree with you with that. I mean, he's not saying, he's not keeping the quiet parts quiet. He's being loud about what he's doing. The JJ says he's too smart for that. I would agree. I'm sure that they won't find anything. Well, I'm not sure of it. I don't know who knows what they'll try to drum up. Sometimes I feel like the law's one of those interesting things where, I've heard plenty of police officers mention before that if they look long and hard enough, they'll find something that you're not in compliance with on your vehicle. And so they'll just pull you over anyways and then just make a claim for something that they find as they walk up and look at your vehicle. I feel like laws in general are kind of like that, where it's like there's this strange law out there that was applied back in like 1948 that you can't look cross-eyed and hop on one leg while you skin a chicken. Otherwise, you're guilty of market manipulation. I don't know. I'm just saying there's gonna be some kind of weird law out there that they'll be able to probably pin to him in some kind of way or another. And he'll probably have to defend himself, but I'm sure he'll probably be fine. I tell you what, though, I'll stand behind him. I don't care what happens. I'll stand behind him. Andrew Morgan says, be sure to ask him when you have him on a Friday. Friday, I'm letting you guys know who I'm having on Monday. And I am not having DFV on coming on Monday. Not that I'm aware of. If he happens to just show up, that's a different story. I would have not known that was coming. And I was told I'm not supposed to say anything until Friday by my wife. So don't blame me. Don't blame her. We're going to hold off on saying anything until Friday. Stella, stop being, see, and that's the problem. You didn't get it. You can't skin a chicken. You can only pluck it, and that's why, you're a witch. That's why it's against the law.
I have no doubt that this key skill is intelligent.
Yeah, I
believe he made a lot of his money in his portfolio by shorting GameStop as it was going down.
I don't know that to be the case, but I think you can definitely, I think you can look at
I'm pretty sure he plays it both ways, because he's using the, pumping the price up, using his options money to buy more shares. So why wouldn't he play it the other way? It's the smart thing to do.
I don't know, but
I mean, he can.
He's always been very open about his position. So
has he though? When was the last time you saw it?
Yeah, I think he has. Well, it's 2021, but I don't.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. So
yeah.
Has he been doing for the past 3 years?
Well, I can't say for certain, but I
think
I don't know, man. He didn't short. I don't know, man. I don't know.
We had all his money.
I don't have that
AMC.
opinion.
He put it into GameStop.
I feel like everybody's always trying to put in some kind of one little tiny. I know you are, and I don't like it.
I know,
and I think that's.
Is,
I actually like what Apex is saying here. We don't speak for DFE, and I think that's probably the best. Like, let him speak for himself. Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. If he did, he would. I think he would have said something.
I don't see why he wouldn't.
But him being very intelligent, I agree, because you go back to any one of his videos and you watch him, and you can tell a smart guy when you listen. I don't sound like a smart guy, but he certainly does.
For him to increase his position that amount in this amount of time, from what he had in 2021 to now, he can't just have been playing the upside.
I think he could have.
From 17 million, you don't go from 17 million back then to half.
Well, he had more than 17. He had more than 17, and I think there's some people had suggested that there were other stocks that he was also invested in that he would have made money on as well, because he was showing everything that he was holding a long time ago, and it wasn't just GME. There were other companies he was holding in as well, so he could have made huge profits on those as well. And I don't know, man. I don't think that he's for the kind of guy that he is. I think he's pretty stand up, and I don't think that he would sit there and be like against shorting positions of a stock and then start shorting. I just don't think he would do that. And I think painting his character as a type of person who would do something like that, I think is kind of diminishing of who he is and what he stands for. It's kind of not cool.
Okay.
Just my opinion.
My opinion is that he probably played it both ways, because you're going to increase your portfolio a lot quicker. It's the smart thing to do. And in the end, it has.
Do you think trying to squeeze it? Let me ask you this question: do you think trying to squeeze a company is a smart thing to do?
Do I think trying to squeeze a company is a smart thing to do?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's probably about the dumbest thing that anybody would ever think up of, right? It's so dumb that it's beautiful. It's the simplicity behind what makes buy and hold work. This is that you don't short the company because you believe in it. It's so dumb, it works. And I think we've had so many people in this community who have gone to the boards of the community and said, like, we need to start shorting this company on the way down so we can make money. And it's like, no, that's not. You don't play. This has always been about not playing the game. The whole idea to win the game is to not play the game. And I disagree. I firmly disagree about the idea that you play the game in order. That's a smart way to go. Because I'll tell you what, there are so many people, I can guarantee you right now that there are some people who used to be a part of our community who were doing that, who are just absolutely shitting their shorts right now. Shitting their shorts. I guarantee it. I could probably even name off some names that I know are doing it, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, but I could just see him
so
selling GameStop shares to exercise his contract. Like, sell some of your shares and then take.
But he didn't. His shares only increased.
Exercise your contract. I know, but the shares increased. His share count has increased, but if you sell some of your shares, take that money.
Yeah, see, now you're losing me right there. You're losing me.
And then you exercise
You're losing
your
me.
contract.
You lost. No, you're literally doing exactly what all those dumbasses out there was trying to they were trying to throw the rails on everything that's going on here. When you start selling shares back into the marketplace, that ruins the entire squeeze possibility. Why in the world would you do that? You wouldn't want to do that. If you were trying to squeeze a company, you would never ever sell shares back. Ever. That's like you want to talk about dumb, that's dumb. Morning, Pirate. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, sir? A little late today. I
Not bad.
apologize for my tardiness.
That's okay. Life happens. Don't worry, Yucca. I was getting down to you. Sorry. Good morning, Yucca.
That motherfucker back there is not real.
Steven's saying they cannot allow this to stay over $5. Steven, why is that? And I think you actually bring up a really good point, and it's something that I wanted to mention for a couple days now. I keep forgetting to mention it every single time. But why is it that they can't allow it to be over $5? Do you know why that is? Beverly says, Casey, I hope Kevin Costner's 4-part movie Horizon, American Saga, which Chapter 1 premieres the end of June, will be amazing for AMC. Chapter 2 debuts in August. Very nice. I like, believe it or not, in my top 5 movies, 2 of them are Kevin Costner movies. I'm not even a huge fan of Kevin Costner, but I think the movies that are some of my favorites that he's been in are they're just amazing stories. They will be so far in the red. That is not the reason, unfortunately. Wrong answer. Right comment. Wrong answer. The answer to that is there's different margin requirements for stocks. Yep, that's Scuba Steve got the point. Then it does have to do with margin requirements. Anything over $5 has different margin requirements than anything under $4. So there's going to be a little bit of a pressure on institutions to try and keep price under $5 as much as possible, as it's going to change the game for them. Yeah, Papa Mac said it too. Collateral requirements. Scuba Steve says, yeah, I love points. It's like, whose line is it anyway? You get points, but it means nothing. I used to have a whole bunch of those. Do you guys remember that when I used to be like, I'd try to start off like every when we did movie trivia, I'd be like, I would talk about, let me see if I can find some of them. I had some written down.
That was a big deal. It was a big deal for a long time to get those points. They're cool points. Bragging rights.
Let me see if I can find one of those. I had them written down. I wrote down like tons of them. I'm looking. I may have deleted them. Oh, here's one. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where everything is made up and price doesn't matter. That's right. The price is like, and then I put the SEC issuing fines for illegal activities, buying a return trip. Here it was. Here we go. The price is like the SEC issuing fines for illegal activities. Another one was buying a return trip on the Titanic. The Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial. Bitcoin holding its value in a stressed market. I remember writing down a lot of these, but not having I think I read them off and then maybe deleted some of them. That's right. Points are worthless. Congratulations on your return trip on the Titanic. I wonder if anybody had a return trip ticket off of the Titanic. I wonder if they're still holding on to it. Tom's saying Halle Berry. I think people are trying to guess who's going to be coming on Monday. And you're going to get mum is the word from me until Friday. You're going to have to wait till Friday. Friday, I'll let you know.
I guarantee it's a female.
It is. I leaked that already by accident. Well, actually, Pirate leaked it. He said she, and but I ran with it. I was like, yeah, that's all right. I don't mind if we say the sex.
I knew it was.
That's all right.
It's you said you had to talk to your wife about it, and I was like, oh shit, it's a woman.
Well, I'm normally pretty good.
No.
Security, but I might be losing a step in my old age.
Every time I ever do something that I feel is like for my own protection. I try to get her woman's intuition on it, either for my protection or for somebody else's protection. And I always go to her and tell her it doesn't have to do with anything with who it involves. And I always just try to get her woman's intuition from, because I think she has this amazing knack for being able to.
She's a good sounding board, and you respect her, so
yeah,
it's logical to go to her for feedback.
Right. So when I already interviewed Brian's saying Cat Striker. I already interviewed Cat Striker, so I can tell you it's not her. But I bounced it off of her and let her know I was like, for reasons of trying to keep shills down a little bit out of the room, I didn't want to say anything until the day of. And then she's like, well, I see what you're saying. She goes, but I think people need to be able to be there for the live so that they can have an opportunity to ask questions in the live. She's like, wouldn't you want that? She goes, are you asking questions from the community live? And I said, yeah, we are. And she goes, well, then they need to have an opportunity to be able to know that she's going to be there in advance. And so you should get, she's like, do Friday, say it on a Friday. And then that way, people can know that it's coming over the weekend and whatnot. And then Monday you do it. I was like, all right.
I think I know who it is.
I'm not saying.
You hear me, Casey?
I do. Yeah, I hear you.
My
I'm
guess?
not saying. No, I know. That's because I'm not going to say.
Right or wrong, you can just throw it out there. He's not going to respond either way. So he's not going to tell you if you're right, and he's not going to tell you if you're wrong because he's...
No. Listen, it's Mexico's new president.
Damn it.
The lady, they're making a big deal out of the fact that she's Jewish. They got the first Jewish Mexican woman. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. No. Yeah, you got it. No, I mean, that's not who it is. No, that's not it. That's funny, though. Wouldn't it be funny if it's just Melissa? That would be really funny. It's my wife. Yay. I told you I'd get her on here for an interview.
Mrs. Pirate, but she's asked me to try to refrain from using her as content. So
she's never been on an interview with you, right? Has Melissa ever been interviewed by us or by you?
No.
No, right?
No, I don't think so. Not
she's
live.
Been on the
she has been in the back of the Big Tramp. Has she? I can't recall. Dang
I thought she was on.
I remember
at one point.
I know she was in the back of the Big Tramp for the poke. First.
Never at length.
Yeah. Well, she's an AMC holder, if you're wondering. She has her own accounts of her own AMC, and I probably shouldn't say anything about it, but she is not a low average cost shareholder, so she bought in pretty high, but she's holding, and I'm holding I'm holding for her, and I'm holding for all those other people out there. I do believe that we will eventually be much higher in value, and I hold for you. So she is a part of the ape community, even though she doesn't participate. She is definitely still part of the ape community, and she does pay attention. In fact, sometimes she surprises me. I said something apparently earlier this morning that almost kind of she listens on her way home when she's driving from work to home. And I said something this morning that got her a little misty-eyed. She got a little she kind of teared up a little bit, I guess. Her dad's name's Larry. So I got to be careful here, guys. I just throwing that out there. We got to be careful with the whole Larry thing because I didn't even think about that. He passed away not too long ago. So
the disparagement, the whole disparagement of the Larry name. Now I feel like a real turd. I spent half an hour yesterday making as much fun as I could as the name Larry and Lawrence. I'm sorry, Melissa. I'm relatively certain she's listening, and you know my heart is. It comes from a good place, Melissa, and I apologize. I would never do anything to speak poorly of your father or you.
It's TD.
I just said I think I said something.
But we would never make you the butt of a joke.
I think I said something about what, like Larry Fink or something like that, and or I don't remember what I said. No, I think I was telling the Larry story from yesterday. I don't know what I was doing. I said something Larry, and it hit her, and she was just like, And I trust me, I know what that's like to lose a dad, so it sucks. Good morning, Rugged. How's it going, man?
I know it's TD.
TD?
That's who it is.
I don't know who's TD.
Well, Tony De Niro is a woman. He is a woman, so you can rule him out.
Okay, no.
And he holds first.
I'm not gonna say. Oh yeah, sure he does.
I'm not gonna say a fist. I'm not gonna say a good old fashioned Donnybrook, a knockdown beer bottle busting bar fight would break out if we were all in one room. I can just say that if I was in close proximity to some of those people, that the likelihood would go way up. The statistical likelihood would go way up.
If what?
If
What
we
would
were
go?
all in
I'm
the
sorry, I
same
missed that. What
room,
would go up?
the likelihood that all of us who are involved in this, from all the content creators, all the participants in chat, were all put into one ballroom, into one event center for a big, great meetup in the sky. I'm just saying that if the likelihood of a nice big fist fight breaking out would be exponentially increased if certain people were in attendance.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Probably.
I'm trying to be as vague as I can and not.
I would probably tend to agree.
I'm just trying to express.
There would certainly be people. Yeah.
Certain dynamics that would happen that if you were to interject certain personalities and certain social groups, it could end up in a good old fashioned white trash fist fight.
What was that movie where they all where they all I forgot the sequel that has the movie where they all compete against each other to kill each other for the last one standing.
Why is it escaping me? Dang it.
Tonight?
No. Hunger Games.
Yes, Hunger Games. AMC edition.
Hunger Games AMC, yeah. Apex says he's going to take his point on Friday. Truckcraft Studios, welcome from Germany. Good to have you. You're in good company. There's a lot of people here that are overseas. You're not alone. So I got to remember to put up the annual shareholder meeting at 1 o'clock my time today. So I might run over the numbers a little bit early for 1 o'clock so we can just kind of get them out of the way and then get over to the shareholder meeting to be able to listen to that. So, yeah, we'll do them just a tad bit early.
Do you think that there's any coincidence with all these rocket launches with our lovely, beloved stock?
As distractionary type events, possibly.
No.
Very strongly, possibly.
It's kind of funny, coincidental, that we're trying to do all these launches into space right now.
Oh, you're talking about Elon. Is that what you're talking about?
Stuff. No, I'm just talking about like NASA stuff with Boeing, whatever. Just getting the stuff up into space. It's just kind of.
I guess I haven't really been paying attention to it too much.
It's all synchronized. It's all rigged. No, I'm just having fun with it.
Let's see here. Melissa Etheridge. Oh my gosh, it is Happy Hump Day, isn't it? Holy moly, how did I skip past that? Rex, good morning.
Melissa Etheridge, does she actually hold a share?
I don't know. Maybe. Sometimes you find out people hold shares you didn't even know were holding shares. And it's like, what? You're an ape too? Holy crap, I had no idea. I've got to actually, I don't say anything about them because I think they tried to, they let me know. But they know that I guess they feel comfortable enough knowing that I'm not going to say anything. So obviously I'm not going to say who, but there are people who have come to me and told me that they're shareholders. And I'm like, holy shit, no kidding. Really? Thanks for contacting me. It's good to, thanks for letting me know. There are some people who are high profile individuals who hold shares of AMC and don't want everybody to know, but have told me that before. I know it just sounds like I'm doing a trust me bro here, and you will have to just trust me bro here, but I've had those individuals tell me, and it's really kind of cool to find out.
What time?
Yeah, I think that naked shorts chick is got AMC and GME.
You're talking about what was her name? The one from the news.
Yeah, the news lady.
Gosh darn it! What was her name? What was her name? Hold on a second here.
CNBC.
Right? If you hear her voice, it'll probably come to you.
I was hoping you'd give me a bath.
Melissa Lee.
Very, very dirty.
No, it's her name.
Melissa Lee was her name.
She loses her job.
Melissa, who would remember that name? That's
Holy cow.
Just totally random name.
Okay, I'm at work and I just did a search for that, for naked shorts, and I pulled up some bad results. I'm not going to search for that again. Yeah. Oops.
Tendy says, Casey, go to the Truck Craft Studios YouTube page. I unfortunately, I don't know that I can do this, but let me. If I copy and paste what it is you put in there, I probably can. Let me just do this because I have to go about. Unfortunately, the way that I have to search out these kind of things, it's a little bit more tedious. A lot of you guys can just right click. Whoops. A lot of you guys can just click on the profile and go straight to their pro. Unfortunately, I can't do that. There he is, right there. Ape sure is. Sorry, Truckcraft Studios for doing this, but I'm throwing you a shout out here, and you're getting. Oh yeah, listen to those grooves. Yucca's got competition.
Yeah, come on, Yucca. Where's your picture of you DJing with your AMC shirt on? You need to get with the program, dude.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
That's what I'm talking
Look at
about,
that.
man.
Look at that go. I'm going to have to play. He's got an hour. I'm going to have to ask him about that. He's got an hour and 5 minutes. My breaks are only 40. I could play one of his DJ mixes for my break time.
That would be nice.
I got to get his approval first. Truckcraft Studios, do I get your approval to play your mix on a break? I don't know. People might like it. What's wrong with you, Yucca? Why aren't you putting your shit out there? Where's your stuff?
He's getting his shit packed.
I don't know where he is.
It's a nice view. That's a nice view he's got behind him.
It sure is.
Yeah, somebody's living large there.
He says, "You want me to dress like that and cut my hair for you?"
You got to fix yourself up a little bit, man. You're letting yourself go. I mean, spruce it up a little bit. Truckcraft says you have full permission.
What else you want me to do? You want me to jump like a monkey for you?
Yes.
I mean, you always make me. Why can't you do it for once?
That's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah,
come on, return the favor. Return the favor once in a while.
Don't become the victim. Don't play the victim card here. We've seen 50 pictures of you doing the DJ thing. Not a single time did you represent and fly the colors. We get this truck dude. We get truck dude comes in here, bang, right out of the gate. He's got this big, magnificent backdrop. He's got his shit laid out, and he's rocking he's flying our colors.
He's actually. I don't think that's a backdrop.
I don't.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, it's
that's
real.
His venue. His venue. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
real.
It's not green screen. That's not green screen. That's what I'm saying. He's bringing it. He's taking it up to a whole new level, and this is his introductory moment. We just got loads of photos from you, and I just want to know where's the company T-shirt at. You know,
I'll be honest.
If you drive for Pirate Trucking, you got to have a Pirate Trucking shirt on. Where's your AMC shit? That's all I'm saying, man.
You've caught me. I'm fake.
No, I'm not. We're not saying you're fake.
I don't believe that. No, I don't believe that for 1 minute.
We just want to know where the dedication is. You know.
You know what? All right, fine. I'll show you.
That's right. Damn it. I want to see a DJ off here. Is what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I want to see a DJ
I
off.
don't doubt their skills at spinning the vinyl. I want to see a fashion show. I want both of them up on the runway doing a little catwalk, do a little turn on the catwalk. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my AMC shirt.
I'm gonna have food.
I want to see a straight up, like what?
Dress in drag.
Go ahead.
Danny.
Oh my goodness.
And Food Dog.
Danny's
gonna bring it.
Are you gonna title your episode Cornholio? Or what? What's gonna be the? Is this gonna be that's gonna be your first one? Cornholio. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, Cornholio mix.
I'm already dancing. Cornholio.
The Cornholio mix.
I'm ready to go. Let's do it. That's right. I'm ready for this Cornholio mix. Fu and Danny and drag.
I'm too sexy for my shirt.
Damn it.
Too sexy
Apex.
for my AMC shirt.
I'm rocking out, man. I'm already dancing to this. I'm ready to go.
We'll do it, man. We'll definitely do it.
Yeah.
I'm a little upset right now.
I think so. I think you should.
Damn.
You do
All
what?
right, we'll have
You keep doing what?
Time for numbers.
Is it? Oh shit! It is. Okay. Numbers.
Yeah, I just thought I'd let you know.
Market
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Market
I'm telling you, man.
That's good. Thank you for playing that. And the reason I say thank you because it got the whole like Cornholio thing out of my mind. Now I got Price is Right, so it's way better. All right, I got that. I gotta get that. I'm gonna play this on my break.
You trying to say you need a little palate cleanser after my rendition of "I'm Too Sexy"?
Yeah. Yeah, I need something.
Hold on.
Play it one more time. Play it one more time for me.
I gotta connect to the computer. 1 second.
That's a 28.8 baud rate right there. I know. I know it when I hear it. Numbers. There we go. Starting with exchange traded volume for the day-to-day. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We have 54.67% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 13.7, the combined total 68.37%. That's 8.37% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 5,030, nothing unusually big on that. GME CHX volume for the day-to-day is coming in. Actually, let me refresh this screen first here real quick. I just want to see. Okay. CHX volume for GME is coming in at 24,913. That is definitely elevated, but not over the 30,000. That's a big number for me. According to IBKR, we have 550,000 shares available to be borrowed. That has changed. They returned about 50,000 shares a while ago and then borrowed out 150 more thousand shares. No, I'm sorry, 100,000 shares. So that's going to put us at 350,000 shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. It was 250 yesterday, so we're 100 over. Fees are currently at 2.29%. Let's see here. According to Ortex, let me refresh this one more time here because I feel like this is the same value that I was seeing an hour ago. An hour ago, according to Ortex, there was 195,000 shares having been returned for the day. That's actually still the same number, so it hasn't changed at all over the last hour. Estimated short share interest of the free float's at 14.24%. The cost per hour is at 3.54. Average is 4.88, and max is at 5.84. GameStop for the days showing 1.11 million shares borrowed so far. On AMC, there's currently 83.2 million shares on loan. That's 540,000 more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating about 220,000 of that is in new short interest. Taking a look at options.
Sorry.
Highest amount of call volume. Highest amount of call volume from earlier today was at a $5 strike, and there was 8.1 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 12.8. Highest amount of put volume so far for the day today is coming in at a $4.5 strike. There was 3.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 6.1. The market is still suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today on AMC somewhere between $4.5 and $5. Orders by Fidelity customers. GME is number 2 on the list here with a 59.47% buy to 40.53% sell ratio. So some of those paper hands came back here and kind of caused that number to drop a little bit underneath 60%. Hopefully it'll drive back up here before the day's over. Let's see if AMC managed to find its way up onto this list. Nope, not yet. We are not one of the most 30 heavily traded stocks. MMRI is at 279.07. An hour ago it was 282, so that has dropped quite a bit back down again here. So it was spiking back up, then now it's spiking back down. A lot of volatility here. 279.06 is what I'm going to write down. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates was 0.434 as of an hour ago and is now currently at 0.444. 4444. 444444. 444444. Nasdaq is up 1.16. Dow Jones is down 0.1, and the S&P 500 is up 0.55. We have 3,030 advancers to 2,361 decliners. The market is more advancing than it was an hour ago. My desk is getting squeaky. I don't think it's clean, though. Technology is the best performing sector for the day-to-day, followed by communications. We only had 2 green sectors earlier this morning. There's 4 now. The worst performing sectors for the day-to-day is energy, followed by... I'm sorry, no, that's not true. It's consumer staples, followed by energy. Of the Mag 7, 1 is red. The only one that has been suggested to have been dropped out of the Mag 7. Everything else is green. Financial institutions have changed more than 2.5% or more. We'll get a shout out. Schwab is up 2.63%. Gold is currently up 1% and trending up. Silver is up 0.99%, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 0.57, and overall it looks like the trend is still kind of down. The US dollar is currently up 0.29. There was a little bit of a reversal and then trend back up again here, so might be starting to consolidate a little bit after a trend up. Oil is currently down 0.47, trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.06 to 0.11 and are slightly trending upwards. And SPY is up 0.55 and trending up. VIX is currently down 3.04 at 1276. We're getting a VIX crush at this point. 1276 is a lot lower than the 1348 futures that I'm seeing listed right here. We're getting to a point to where we're getting a full point spread between the futures and where the VIX is currently at. VB is currently up 0.78 and trending up. VBR is up 0.32, trending up. Tesla is down 0.27. but it's trending up. Amazon is up 0.43 and consolidating after a trend up. Cinemark is down 1.47, consolidating after a trend down. Doge is down 0.13 and is consolidating. A little bit. It almost looks like a George W. going on there. BTC is or Bitcoin is down 0.2 and consolidating. GME is up 13.05% and trending up at 29. It's breaking 30 right now, with 29.42 million shares traded so far. HYMC is up 3.13 and trending up. NCMI is down 0.1, trending down. Hood is up 1.73 and consolidating after a trend up, and AMC is up 4.38 and consolidating after a trend up. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day, $1.1 million more outflow than inflow. AMC doing very, very well on the volume. Certainly looking like it's going to outpace my volume prediction for the day today, which was 25 to 45 million shares traded. And we are on a pace for 91.53 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That'll obviously continue to come down until about 1 o'clock, and that's when that's typically about when we hit that pace at 1 o'clock is about what we end up doing for the day. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.57, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.56, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.45, which is above average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more... it looks pretty equal. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 57.87, which is slightly above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. You're definitely getting...
what do you want us to do?
Oh, man, I'm teasing you, Yucca. You know that.
Cocaine is a
I'm
hell
totally
of a drug.
teasing, man. Yeah, you know, you do whatever you want to do.
Who is that guy, anyways?
Somebody popped into
your
our
replacement.
message,
He's the guy
our
we
chat
got the
room.
replacement. He's our upgrade. He's our Yucca upgrade. You're out, he's in.
Where is he? Where is he at?
Don't worry about it. You're out, he's in.
Look at that. He's even trying to help me with my graphics card over here to get the stream quality up.
Who is he?
I do have an NVIDIA graphics card. If yes, you can use the NVIDIA software for streaming, so you get the quality. 730p is not sharp. So unfortunately, Truckcraft Studios, I don't have good internet. It's nothing to do with my graphics card. I guarantee it. My lack of, I'm lucky that I can even stream. To be honest, for all intents and purposes, I shouldn't even be able to stream right now with the kind of connection that I have. I've had to modify so many different parameters to be able to stream because of my low connection speeds that I can only get what I get.
Yucca, when we go to his house to play video games, his mom has snacks. She has pizza rolls. She's got fruit. She's got snacks, fruit roll-ups. Your mom never gives us any treats when we come to your house. So
wait a minute, he's still living with his mom. I don't know about that.
Casey's talking to us through a styrofoam cup.
Oh, that's
Am
dope.
I?
Okay, cool. I found his channel. I'm gonna subscribe. Where is he at? It just looks like he's in. Where is he?
He said Germany. Well, that picture that when he was in the ape outfit, to me looked like he's in Greece or something like that. That's what it looked like. The housing there looks like.
He said he was from Germany. He said he was from Germany, but I didn't know if that.
It looks like Israel.
Now, but that's where he hails from, or if that's where he's at now. Maybe he can shed some light on that.
That does not look like. It does not look like Germany home structures at all.
Is he?
But I'm not really familiar with it either, so
Is he
looked like Grease to me.
is he out playing with
If
Armin van Buuren?
I would actually say, I'd say Iran. I'm gonna go with Iran. We'll find out. He'll tell us here in a minute. I'm gonna go with Iran. You know, like Iran, a mile. All right, sorry.
I ran so far away. Flock of seagulls. I ran.
So do we know if he's out DJing with Armin van Buuren and Tiesto and Martin Garrix? Do we know that?
Are you name throwing? That feels like some name throwing right there to me. I just feel like you feel attacked here. I feel like you feel attacked.
Maybe with
is that like name dropping? Is that like you're name dropping but you're angry?
Maybe Carl Cox, even Marcus Schultz. I mean, I don't know. I can throw names out there that I've never met, but
look, I'm gonna tell you a little something here, Yucca. I had somebody ask me before if they could throw my name down in an interview, and I said, "Fuck a hell's no, you cannot." I said, "You never ever name drop in an interview. That is the worst thing you could possibly do in an interview ever. That is not how you conduct business. You perform on your own 2 feet."
Well, how else are the
That's
Bidens,
right.
How else is Hunter
You
Biden
are
gonna get paid? Oh, shots fired.
Yeah, no, don't you? You've got to, if you can't stand on your own 2 feet without name dropping a bunch of other people to try and get into some, throw cred or whatever, then your shit's no good.
I'm
saying that. I'm saying straight up right now. No, I know. I'm saying for reference for the future, don't ever throw out name drops because you say I am the shit. You have the confidence and say I am the shit. I am the shit, and I will show you. And that's
The only thing I'm throwing is poo, and that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
There's this guy named
you fling it.
I think it's Kyo. There's this guy named Kyoki, and what he does is, I think his father owns the chain of Benihana's. He's a famous DJ. He decided to start throwing cake. He would bring a cake and throw it at the crowd.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that. He is so accurate too. It's very impressive.
I'm gonna bring a platter of poo and throw it at the crowd.
You're gonna fling poo in the audience. You'll probably get a lot of return customers. Yeah, I can see that.
Hey, Yucca, Truck Crap Studios just sent me a DM. He said he's willing to fight you after school in the parking lot. So
the cool thing would be the ones that stay after the venue are the freaks. The two what is it? 2 cups in 1 bowl.
That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna fling that poo in the after party portion of the DJing. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Casey, I saw on America's Got Talent, I saw a name dropping, and it worked for her.
Really?
She had a lot of talent, though. But she's still named. Yeah.
Larry Cap,
yeah, I think it's bad taste.
I want to tell you, I'm so happy to see you here today, Larry. I'm so glad you came back. I told you, man, don't let these guys mess with you. This is Pirate, by the way. I got you, dude, man. You're my tribe. I'm happy to see you here, and I'm telling you, we're going to be great friends.
He passed the test. He's back. He's in.
Yeah, Larry, don't you worry, man. Don't you worry.
Group hug. Everybody gather around Larry. Group hug. Everybody give him a hug now. No kissing, just a group hug. Everybody come on, get in here. Everybody gather around. Big, warm hug. Oh, that's so nice. Nothing but love, man.
I feel violated. Space. I need my personal space.
Yeah.
John says, any thoughts on Citadel and BlackRock opening another stock exchange in Texas? Yeah, it's pissing me off. I've been trying to say this for years now. What's that, Yucca?
They're coming after you, KC. They know that you're streaming out in Texas. They're like, we got to get closer to him.
No. I've been trying to say it for many, many years. This community has been hell bent on talking crap about Ken Griffin, and he's not the worst of them. And I've been trying to say that there's worse out there, and Larry Fink is on my top of my list. He has been for quite a long time, and it's. I actually had one incident where there was somebody that I kind of suspected as being borderline shillish, and I started speaking poorly of Larry Fink, and they absolutely started defending him. Believe it or not, guys, I do believe that there are people in our community who are part of other financial institutions that are out there trying to dissuade us from holding our position. It's not just. I know everyone wants to just say Citadel, but it's not just Citadel. There are other institutions out there that do not want to see us continue to win. It hurts them. It absolutely hurts them all. And there are people from all kinds of financial institutions that are here that are to try and dissuade us from holding. I promise you. I've never been attacked for saying anything about Larry Fink before until that one particular person who I suspected was somebody on the financial side. And I started speaking poorly of Larry Fink, and I just got attacked, and it was crazy. I've never seen anything like it. It was in a space call. Somebody just mentioned, how do you get into space calls? If you're trying to get in through your computer on a space call on X, it's a little bit more difficult, I think, sometimes. So it's easier to do on from your phone. And what I can do is I can put up my interview screen. And what you should see is when you go into your account, as soon as you pull up your account at the very top of the screen here, you should have some bubbles that pop up there. And I don't know how to get this to really focus in on this very well, but does it make a difference if I go in closer? No? Well, you want those, I know you can't read anything in the top. There it is. Those bubbles are what you want to click on, and those are space calls. But if you slide them, this is so hard to do. If you slide those, you can see all the different space calls that are open. Usually it shows you or shares space calls that are open from people that you're following. So the more people you follow that are in the community, the more... Huh? But anyways, all you got to do is you got to just click on the bubble, and it takes you into the space call, and then at the bottom, you can join. You can just join by, it says start listening. You can listen anonymously, or you can listen not as your profile. That's how you get into them. Yucca says nice hands. Dude, my hands are not nice.
How often do you go get a manicure?
Never.
The great Vietnam.
Yeah, on desktop you can just only listen to a space call, right? You do much.
I've talked through one on this. I'm pretty sure I talked through one on desktop.
You have a mic.
Because I can't on desktop. I can't find space calls. I have to get on my phone, and then when I'm on my phone, I can access. I don't know how you do it.
So, okay, so I'm over here in space calls now, and let me see here if I can.
On the computer, right?
Yeah, I'm on the computer, and I think it says live on X. There's a bubble on the far right hand side. It says live on X, and that's the space calls. And the bubbles are there. They just look a little bit different. But it's over on the right hand side, and you just got to click on one of those.
Oh,
and yep, there it is. It takes me into it, and all I can do is I can start listening. It looks like I can do everything here.
It's weird. I don't have live on. I have what's happening and who to follow.
Sounds to me like you got an update problem. It's time to start updating your computer.
How update
Yeah, Larry. We saw that. We went into your YouTube channel and we saw you shirtless.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
We saw your kids there too and your Hummers. We know you in and out. We're glad you're back.
I saw your wife's Hummers.
We did a deep dive, man. We did a deep dive. We vetted you, made sure that you weren't an enemy mole. Make sure you weren't like an employee of the Citadel or perhaps an intern from Melvin Capital, and your clearance came through. So,
Yeah.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew he fucked up.
Who's Nathan?
Marmagu says, Casey, you think when this goes tits up for the shorts, we'll see a massive run for the door, which will cause massive pressure? If so, what price point is that most likely? Marmagu, I don't have price ceilings, price limits, expectations. My opinion is that I hold something that I know somebody else needs. The longer I hold for, the more that value, the value increases for what it is that they desire. It's all about supply and demand.
Cutting off his
If I
beard
hold
at
on
90.
to it, then there's no. Yeah, but I am cutting off my beard at 90. We'll say that, yeah. But yeah, there is no. I don't have any expectations. I'm going to sell on the backside of the squeeze, and in terms of what how do I expect to find the backside of a squeeze? I think it's very, very simple to do, but it takes very few indicators. Price and volume is all you really need to be tracking in order to figure out what the backside of a squeeze looks like. So I've got a couple different videos. If you want to go check those videos out, you can. It's like 26 minutes of your life. There's 2 videos you need to watch. Go to the description of this channel and check those out. There's a lot of information in there that is really, really super helpful for you. But I don't have any expectations.
Marmagu, who's relatively new, Casey, he wants to know what price point you think the squeeze is going to kick off. So
yeah, I don't.
He seems rather adamant. He seems rather adamant about having his question answered. So I thought I'd help him.
503, 505.
So yeah, that 90, that specific number 90 is where I feel it becomes uncontrollable from institutions that are trying to suppress price. Once you break that 90 threshold, it's kind of a magic number, and
kind of like lighting.
You'll see a lot of volatility
on JJ's his beloved Hornet.
And Pirate is trimming his beer at 90 as well.
That's a negative, Batman.
I was just gonna say I didn't know that. That's news to me.
News to me too.
I keep my nose hairs plucked and my ear hairs plucked because just something about that seems it just seems like it's a little over the line. But that's where I draw. That's where I stop.
What about the butt?
Wait, Yoko, weren't you gonna wax your ass at $5? I think you just hit 5, man. You gotta get to work.
You got it incorrectly. I said I was gonna bleach my asshole.
Bleach? Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay.
Casey, you know your
UPS delivery guy says, "Don't you need to be following?" Huh? I'm not touching my face.
You're covering your face with like the Twitter app, and you're covering it because we know you're back there picking your nose.
Oh.
We can't see you. Who knows what the hell you're doing back there? Put your dress back on.
Oh, you wanted to see my my jersey? My losing team's jersey? Is that what you wanted to see?
Well, we can't see anything.
There's
You're
my
covered.
Dallas Stars jersey.
You're covered with the.
No, I'm not covered. You're blind.
Let me reset this. Maybe did I pause it?
You must have, or something.
Oh, there it is. Yeah,
You're
I did pause
way
it.
behind, that's for sure.
Damn it! I had it on pause.
Yeah, it sounds like a yucca problem.
Oh, what is the D for? D's nuts?
That's right. You got it. Casey, any advice on some ape shit?
I have an etiquette question because everyone here seems to be so up to speed on all the social grace and what have you. Is hanking acceptable if I have sinus problems and my nose is really clogged up and I don't have immediate access to tissues? Can I do the old the stereotypical country boy Hank, where you close one nostril off and just blow real hard and launch it out onto the ground.
Power snotting?
Is that frowned upon?
Yeah.
Is that what you call it? We call it
I think
hanking.
power snotting is the way to go.
Okay? I know it's acceptable on a job site. If we're working, if the four of us are working together, working on my boat dock, and I gotta clear it out. I know it's good there, but I just meant like, is it good on the golf course? Is it good everywhere? Or is there only certain settings where you can
Just
hang
as long as nobody's next to you, because you don't want that hitting.
Right. I get it. You turn your back. You at least turn your back on the group that you're standing with. I just wanted to make sure that I'm up to speed on all the social grace.
Amen.
Oh, no.
You can't do it inside the house. You got to go inside.
Well, yeah, I thought that was understood. Yeah, I'm with you. But I like the clarification.
I just snorted.
In this group, I think it's important to be. I think it's really important to be as clear as possible, because surely someone right now is going to hank one out right in their living room, and their wife's going to give them this stink eye, and they're going to say, "Well, the guys in chat said it's okay," and then we're going to be the bad guys. So I appreciate the clarification.
You all need to read. You all need to read. Wait, who is that? Who's speaking? Hold on, Rex. I can't hear you. The dog, Pirate's dog is like killing it. What'd you say?
I said my dad used to drive an F-150 in like the 90s ones, and it used to have a bench seat, and that motherfucker would bullet rocket right in the truck. I'd be sitting right next to him when I was a kid. And I'd be like, what the fuck, man? Fucking gross.
I've seen guys.
I don't know.
Grab their hand. I've seen like if they had a paper towel, but they did it with their hands, their fingers, and they would just go, like squeeze their nose and then just grab the whatever it was and throw it in the floor with their fingers. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Yeah. And they continue like nothing has happened. I'm like, I just.
Y'all need to read AMC Hawkeye's. You need to read AMC Hawkeye's comment.
No, I'm not on the stream.
He said, "Hanking is a foul in cornhole." I when I read that, I snorted and it hurt my nose.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. He's like, that's right in the covenants, right in the bylaws of their rule book. It's like one of the top 10 rules.
Highway Frog says, Casey, did you put your support behind the Oilers now? Absolutely. Of course I want the team that beats my team to win all the way. Absolutely. Oilers for the win.
Marmagu, he's correcting me. He said, in fact, he is not new. He used to go by the handle of Ross. All righty then.
Ross Peterman?
The Bank of Canada lowered its rate today.
To who?
Yeah, I heard that there was a possibility that they might. Was it 25 basis points, 50? How much was it?
Yeah. Yeah, they went down to 4.75.
From
5.
Okay, so a quarter. Interesting. So it's time, essentially.
Time for what?
Time for their market to really start having some problems. They're feeling the stress.
Oh, that's cute.
Flock of seagulls, and I ran. People try to keep up. He did the intro to the song and then the birds. Guys putting in hard work here. You got to catch it. You got to pick up what he's laying down.
Papa Max says not at church, so apparently none of that. What did you call it again? Hanking? I'm not sure.
We call it hanking.
Yeah.
Just when I think you've said the stupidest thing ever, you keep talking.
Hank Hill.
It's not Rocket Man.
That's a different kind of Hank.
What the hell?
No, Marmagu, that is not correct. Man, I get this. Oh, this is so frustrating. Let me ask you a question. How much does it cost to buy? Why does it cost? What does it cost to buy a share right now, Marmagu? Does it cost $49.35 to buy a share right now, or does it cost $4.93? You tell me. Why in the world would 90 be the same thing as 900? I know what the answer is. I know where you're going with this, but that is like one of the most shilliest things I have ever heard. It doesn't cost
it's the same as when people talk about Tesla. When they talk, Tesla's been through what, 4 or 5 splits or something. They don't say that the real price of Tesla is 40 grand a share. You know, once the split's done, whether it's a forward split or a reverse split, that's the new price. And people, you don't hang on ad infinitum to the old numbers and then continually do math. It's just not how it's done.
Yeah, you need to stop. You need to stop going back into the past and trying to do some kind of like weird, stupid math where, you know, your average price per share is some other number than what it actually is. The actual price is $4.97. The pressure at $90 is just as great after a reverse split as it is before a reverse split. $90 one way or the other, because that's how much it costs for a share, is $90. If somebody has to go out and purchase a share at $90, prior to the reverse split, it was just as painful at $90 as it is now at $90. It's just that now they have less shares that they have to be able to recover, but in the grand scheme of things, there's less shares available, so it's an equal ratio. So $90 does not change. It's still $90. 90 is 90. It's the price.
Don't take it too hard.
There's been a lot of people who've come.
Don't let it eat at you.
I get.
We've had many years of people who come in and try the real price is this, and it gets.
But I've lost 90% of my position. No, you haven't. Lies. Right. All of those are lies. You've not lost 90%, 99% of your position. It's not true. It's just a bunch of people who've come in and tried to convince you otherwise, and they're wrong.
Sounds like
it's just ridiculous.
The Matrix.
All I know is if I was a DJ, if I had a side hustle where I was grinding out some bucks doing disc jockey work, I would have a T-shirt that said AMC on it. I think that would be the bare minimum. That's all I'm going to say.
I have to get my car wrapped now.
I do have.
You should get a tattoo across your chest.
God damn it.
Where is the fucking shirt? Now I gotta go look for it.
Pictures. Save it, Yucca. The visual intel says different. We have satellite photographs. We've seen what a real disc jockey looks like with a company T-shirt on. We know what it looks like. So, and we have many examples of you in the spotlights doing your thing with you got your head cocked over in the stereotypical fashion of holding your cans on with one ear, but there's never an AMC shirt in sight. So just own that, man. We're not saying there's room for improvement. I'm just saying own it.
I get where he's going though, partially. Like, let me ask you a question, Yucca. Are you afraid to advertise AMC in general public when you're DJing?
He's ashamed. He's in public.
No, I mean No. But he's got a business. If he's trying to do something with his business, and he doesn't want to really he might try to look professional instead of having what might not be such a professional looking ape
probably
shirt.
got some Citadel shirts on. He's probably got a Citadel shirt on, or a Melvin Capital or something. I think there's some.
I'd like to believe better of him.
Here.
No.
Well,
I don't think so. I don't think Yucca does that.
Nah,
I do go out and.
You go out and do what?
No, I've worn when I still fit them. I was wearing my shirts out in the general public. I don't have any shirts that fit me anymore that I wear around. But I don't even really go out in the general public too much anymore, anyways. So it doesn't really matter. But I get it, man. If you want to look professional, not too much. If it's not a concert or a movie, I'm probably not going out very much or grocery shopping. That's about it. And general errands. Yeah, not very much. It's funny. My wife, she'll laugh at me. She'll laugh at me a little bit because we'll go out and I'll be like, when did these apartment complexes show up? Like last time I was out in an area, driving around, the apartments weren't there. It was just an empty field. And then the next thing I know, there's like brand new apartment complexes fully built and ready to go and people living in them already. I'm like, when did those show up?
I never leave the house, and every once in a while I'll jump in the vehicle and go somewhere with the missing pirate. And I'm like, where the hell did all this happen? And she's like, man, they built that like 9 months ago. I'm like, damn.
She's like, you need to get out more.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I get the same thing.
She doesn't judge. She doesn't judge me, but she just kind of does raise an eyebrow, like.
All right. There was something I was supposed to answer a question to.
Yeah. Do you buff your beard?
No. What is that? What does buffing your beard mean? How do you buff? Hold on a second. Do I need to look this up, or is this going to get me in trouble?
No, he just made that up. That's a yucca-ism.
I feel like. Do you buff your beard?
He boofs it.
I do.
He mooses it.
He braids it.
I do.
Does it get all frothy? Does your beard get frothy? Yucca?
No, I do. Do you not buff your beard? Whoever doesn't buff their beard, I don't know. It's a thing.
You said beer or beard?
Beard.
All right, then I'm rescinding my backing you up there because I heard beard.
Beard with a D, right?
Hold on a second here.
Beer.
I can't tell what you're saying. Buffing a beard. I'm gonna still get in trouble for this. I know I am. By the way, Google tried to correct it to bearded dragon. So I don't know what this means, but I looked up buffing a beard, and the first thing that pops up is how to shape up your beard, how to clean up your beard and leave a natural shape, how to clean up a messy beard. I don't see anything about buffing. This is not true. There's no buffing.
Buffing a beard. Really? You don't know what buff? Okay, that's fine.
I apologise for that, but I think you'll find this a bit more interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I can envision in my head, like I'm not saying, Yucca, that I can't envision ways of how you would buff a beard. I'm just saying that I have never heard of that term before, and so you need to understand what you're talking about.
It's like puffing it. It's like puffing it. In other words, it's like if you puff it up.
Like combing out your beard, combing it out.
Teasing it. Instead of combing it down, you're combing it out, like up.
Up, yeah,
like,
yeah. I do that every time
fluffing it.
Yeah, I do that every. Yeah.
So you do
Yeah,
that.
yeah, fluff.
Okay.
I'm a beard fluffer. Yes.
Damn.
Yes, I see where you're going now. Yes, I'm a beard fluffer.
Okay.
Jeez, it's so hard.
Hey, Yucca, tell the truth. We won't judge you, man. Do you have one of those big ass sombreros? One of those giant, like cartoonishly big sombreros?
I need to because I do like the planet Saturn, so it reminds me of that being Saturnal. If you have one of those huge ones, I do not have one.
Yeah, you need to step up your game, man. It can't be that expensive. You need to.
I need to do that, and
we'll probably give you a pass on not wearing an AMC jersey while you're spinning records. If you could provide us with a picture of you in one of those gigantic sombreros.
And you want me to put bananas on top of those, of my sombrero? Do you think that would be
No, I mean, like if you could go like full on rebel and have like the big the twin pistols with the bandolero bullets across your chest like Pancho Villa. Because when I hear you talk, that's what I see. I make a picture in my mind of Pancho Villa.
Chiquita Banana? You want me to look like Chiquita Banana? What are you doing, KC? Buff what?
I buffed it for you. I buffed my beard for you.
Oh, okay.
I feel like that's what you wanted to see or something. I don't know, man. It feels very awkward
It was just
right now. So,
question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Are they gonna get
Yucca, when censor content plays that song, in my mind, I see you like throwing your sombrero down on the ground and doing like a river dance around it, like hopping around it, just in time with the music. My mind immediately goes. That's the picture I paint.
Mayonnaise goes good for beard health. I'll pass. I'm not going there.
Somebody get Kenny out of the chat.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Howdy, how's it going today? John, good to see you this morning. Pro Jeweler, good morning. And one-timer, good morning. Good. Everybody's saying that the stream is buffering. A lot of people are having problems with buffering. Good morning. I don't know. There's not really much I can do about it. It is what it is. I've just got to deal with it, unfortunately.
I was checking before the channel, the YouTube, and I was hearing that you were trying to figure out something from Greece, Israel, something photo. What was that?
Oh yeah, we had one of the new viewers on the line.